Baruch Bishem Yahweh. I'm here today to say that God is good, and I'm joined with Stephen. How you doing?
Oh, dang. That was pretty good, Chris. I should have prepared something.
Just ramming on a dime, man. Yeah, sorry I'm late. Sorry we're late. Uh, yes, Christian Gadfly may or may not join. He has not responded, so we'll see. If he does join, his stream is going to be really late, and you're going to be really confused. But if you're watching on my stream and he starts streaming later, this is like secret content.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we think he's asleep. Because usually it's by this time of the stream that
Yeah,
he has to go to bed.
right. It's 9:13 his time, and he's probably asleep. Anyway, so yeah. I love McCain's comment. The 9 p.m. stream again. God really gives the longest battles to his sleepiest soldiers. Yeah. Hello, brother. Um, yeah, I don't know how long the stream's gonna be today. Both because I've been sick all
Ooh,
weekend.
that sounds rough, Chris. That was sounds like a painful cough.
It's not fun. No. So I don't know how long my voice is gonna last because I wasn't really able to speak the last couple of days. It seems to be happening a lot lately. Anyway,
Mm.
um, so I've been going through some stuff. Um, yeah, we might just stream for like an hour or two. We might just talk about Tower of Babel and call it. But yeah, I wish I could. But this is literally the only time of day I can. So if I could stream during the day, I would. I would also stream more often. I'd stream every day. But I don't have that. So if you want me to stream every day, join memberships. Uh no, like until this job, like until YouTube can become my job, I'm just not gonna be able to stream anytime other than after work and after my wife can take care of the kids. So we chilling. Um yeah. Bible. So jumping into it. If I make any weird or gross sounds, I apologize. Snot is currently trying to suffocate me in my throat.
We'll just
So
blame it on Christian Gadfly.
if I have to hack a loogie at any point during the stream because I'm literally choking to death, I apologize beforehand. But that'd be good. So shalom. Um I don't know where we actually left off if we went over the rainbow thing. I feel like I didn't mention the rainbow thing, but like part of the reason why I would say that this wasn't a global flood was because the rainbow is the sign of the covenant, and there's rainbows literally every time it rains.
Mm.
So is this the first time it rained, and that's like why the rainbow was significant? That might be part of it. And also, um, there's been lots of floods in history. So if this flood isn't unique, then God seems to break his promise here, even if it's like supposed to be symbolic or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that's a
So
very good, a simple and good point.
yeah. Okay. We did not go over the nakedness of the Father, so we'll go ahead and start from there, I think.
I think, well, okay. I can't remember. I remember we talked about it, but I don't know if we went over it. I don't know if that
We
helps.
did not go over the covenant yet, no.
Okay.
So we'll just start at 9. We'll start at the beginning of 9. And
Okay.
just go through to the midpoint of 11. I might skip some of the genealogy. I will point out one interesting thing about the genealogies. And then we'll go through the Tower of Babel, some of the evidence we have for it, where it likely was, and then probably call it.
Okay.
Okay. So since Christian Gadfly is not here, as long as I don't go down any and you don't go down any tangents, we will actually be able to go through it.
Yeah, we've got one less
Right.
risk, so
Yes. One less tangent maker. Jack Ray during the stream with David yesterday, he said I would create a YouTube channel called Defending a Line and then just go down tangents all day. And he
It
made a
can
bunch
be
of
done.
calculus jokes. It's
Chris and
pretty
I have
funny.
done it many times. It can be done. You can bring up one verse and read the first word, and I mean, I actually, to spare Chris, we if it works, I'll ask it. But I did have a question that's it's not even a tangent, but it is. Uh, well, whatever. We'll see if it happens. And Chris, feel free at any time to say that would be a good thing to talk about next time. I think it's
Okay.
when we get to chapter 10 next week.
We'll get
So let
through.
us
We'll get
begin.
through. We'll get through. The thumbnail is literally the Tower of Babel, so we should be able to
Mm,
get to at least the Tower of Babel.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, and God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, and the fear of you and the terror of you will be on every beast of the earth, and every bird of the sky, and everything that creeps on the ground, and all the fish of the sea, and into your hands they are given. Every moving thing that is alive shall be food for you, as with the green plant I give to you." So here it indicates that meat eating was not really an option, both for animals and for humans, um, which is kind of interesting. So it would be a world without not necessarily dairy products. You could probably still drink milk and eat cheese, but you
Mm,
can't eat flesh. So this wouldn't be veganism. It would just be vegetarianism.
you
And
hear
that's
that,
kind of fine with
vegans?
me. I don't really eat that much meat in general, but my entire diet is dairy. So if I couldn't eat dairy, that would be a struggle, man. So, you know, anyway. There are interesting things with this, which we'll probably get to whenever we discuss the law and if we need to keep
Mm.
it. So whenever me and Steven have that
The
stupidly
cheeky
long,
showdown.
yeah, I don't
That's
think
what I've
anyone is
titled
ready for it, just because it's gonna end up being so long. Um, like for example, the other day we had a like mini version of it, and it was
Mm.
what 5.5 hours of just extra
Yeah.
talking after a 3 hour Bible study. So we
Yeah.
didn't speak until like 3 a.m. the other day, just me and him on call together, no one watching. So we're just gonna be doing that, and it's gonna be like a 9 to 10 hour stream. I don't think anyone's ready for it. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but I don't think anyone is. We're gonna have to take like multiple water and pee breaks. It's gonna be great. I only eat once a day, so I'm not gonna have to like take a food break. But yeah, that's gonna be a marathoner for anyone who's interested. Anyway, however, flesh with its life is its blood you shall not eat. Israel Horowitz brought up an interesting point here. Um, I'm ready. I think that will be so much fun to hear. um, However, flesh with its life and its blood you shall not eat. This is part of the general covenants, and this is reestablished over and over and over again. God is separating blood from just normal everyday occurrences or things. Blood is important. God sanctified blood, and now we know blood is literally everything. If I get a little bit of your blood, I could not only clone you, which we're getting close to, I could also tell every single thing wrong with your body and everything unique about you by just a couple drops of your blood. That's an insane thought.
Hmm.
That is crazy. So it's like the identity of a living thing is held within its blood, of all things. So God wants us to separate what is dead from what is living, and also to not shed blood, not to take things from the living, not to end living life. Whenever you do, it is slightly a tragedy. So that's why the sacrifices are meant to be painful. We are meant to suffer whenever we do the animal sacrifices, and we are meant to suffer whenever we realize that God had to die for our sins. Like that should be a painful thought of we are so evil that it took that. That's
Yeah,
awful.
and I think that's a big part of sacrifice that's really overlooked because in Western culture and especially in modern day Christianity, we don't really have any sort of, I mean, the idea of animal sacrifice is almost appalling.
Right.
And so when we hear it, especially if you've been told certain things about Jews or about the law, uh, I think there is a lot of negative connotation with
Like
animal
it's barbaric.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Right.
Which in a
But
way it kind of is, because it's meant to
correct.
be.
It's
It's
meant
meant
to
to be
be
uncomfortable.
right. And
Yeah.
especially when you think about the kinds of animals that are able to be sacrificed, they're
Cute.
kind of cute animals,
Mm-hmm.
and they're generally young.
Mm-hmm. So
And
they're the cutest stage of the cute animals.
mhm.
Yep.
And God did that on purpose, so that it would impress upon us, so that we would realize the weight of what we have done, and also obviously going further into the future with Jesus to demonstrate to us that, or to kind of uh, ingrain this idea that it should be uncomfortable. And that's why certain times throughout the Old Testament you'll read, and a lot of times it's used again, like I said, if people have certain ideas about Jews or the law, when God says, I detest your sacrifices, and people will say that and see, like even God thinks it's gross, and it's not that. It's in the context, God is saying, because it's, you just do it flippantly. You say, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I owe this to God, to just like cut the throat and spill the
Mm-hmm.
blood and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God detests. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
sacrifices.
They're
So
murderers at heart. They're calloused
mhm,
to the
right.
death of something. Yeah.
Hmm.
They're basically psychopaths.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is also part of the debate. When the Messiah comes, there will be animal sacrifices again. Yeah, I mean, there's debate on whether or not that's literal or metaphorical. If it's literal, what are the purposes of the sacrifices themselves? Which we'll get to for the debate itself, but um,
I think it's
sacrifices for sin are abolished. So, is the ritualistic sacrifices that are memorial offerings, like the burnt offering, that's not a sacrifice for sin, uh, or like the grain offering. There are 5 sacrifices in the Levitical system. 2 of them are directly for sin. The other 3 are not. So, are those other 3 going to be done still? Maybe.
I think we could probably, if we pulled it up, which we probably shouldn't do at the moment, but each sacrifice has its own specific term, like the
Mhm.
olah, for the burnt offering.
Yeah,
Uh,
burnt offering, grain offering, fellowship
there's
offering, guilt offering, and
mhm.
sin offering.
So, and I'm pretty sure it mentions which ones. I would say there would be no problem with the sin sacrifice during the Messianic reign, the 1,000-year Messianic reign.
For what
Uh,
purpose? There's no sin.
because I think at that time there still would be sin possible, because it talks about those who don't come to Jerusalem for the feasts, God will not send rain upon their land. And then to end the messianic reign, there's one more final showdown with Satan.
Hmm.
So I think during the messianic reign, it will be as close to God's original intent for creation as possible, without it being total paradise. And I think it's after the messianic reign that the heaven and earth are basically recreated, or
Yeah.
the old earth is done away. So
Mhm.
because we see okay, so sorry, Chris, should I not I'll say one more thing. When in Acts
This is a really
21, when
deep topic, but yeah,
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 when Paul is takes the Nazarite vow, that includes, I believe, a sin sacrifice. And so
the
Paul
purity
not only
sacrifice. Yeah,
and so Paul not only was willing to do that for himself, but also he paid for 4 other men who were doing it. So we see that at that point, now there's a debate there of whether or not Paul was correct to do so. That's where,
right.
probably where uh, people will differ. But there is still that going on. So it's this is a big topic that I'm sure we'll cover. Uh, we'll get to, but if we try to do it tonight, we'd poor Chris would
Oh no, we
be.
straight up can't do it tonight. Yeah, my throat will not handle it. That's quite the street title. I mean, it's accurate. Um, so, no, so for those who missed it, my throat is not what it should be. I still haven't changed my name from the Thursday stream, so my name is still the Youngling Killer, which is not great when we're talking about
Yeah, at first I saw that,
sacrifice.
I was like, "What?"
So maybe I should change my name real quick. um, in honor of Tommy, I'll make Mr. Topher. So my throat's not there. We're not gonna go down too many deep tangents right now.
Yes.
We're just gonna
Good
get
questions,
through
though. Good
three
questions.
chapters of the Bible. That's all we're trying to get through tonight. Is three chapters of the Bible. So if we can do that, we're aces. And I'm gonna skim one of the chapters. So really, it's just a chapter and a half. Um. Anyway, yeah. So that is definitely part of the debate on what the sacrifices are, if they're still part of the covenant, if they're going to come back, and the whole shebang. What the temple is actually going to be like, and what we're going to be doing, and that whole thing. That's actually part of the discussion me and him are going to have. So we might just save it for that discussion because I think Hebrews 10 is like a slam dunk case for it personally, for at least two of the sacrifices being obsolete,
Mm.
which we'll get. It all ties together. It's all one giant discussion. So I'm going to save that for another day. Just keep going. Surely I will require your lifeblood from every living thing. I will require it, and from every man, from each man's brother, I will require the life of man. Also, Ash, if you're still here and you want to hop on, you can feel free to. It's the same link I emailed you a couple of weeks ago. If not, you don't want to join, perfectly fine. So, verse 6, whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, for in the image of God he made man. Super based. Yes, we are in fact made in the Jack made me chuckle. By man's blood shall he be shed. So this is again God all over the place, and it's not saying, hey, if a Jew's blood is done, or like if your brother, there's no category to this. It's just man. If
Yeah,
you're
because at
shedding,
this
if you're
point,
shedding Adam here,
there
or
weren't
just
even
Dom,
Jews, that because
yeah,
Abraham
man's
was the
blood, the
first.
man's blood, yeah. There's no Jews. There's none of that. There's no racism. There's no tribalism. It is, if a human being's blood is shed, that person who shed it deserves death. And then in the law, you get animals that shed humans' blood also deserve death. There's
Mm.
a punishment for shedding blood, which is also why it's interesting that shedding blood of animals redeems our punishment. It's like they're taking it on from us, which gets into the cross. Why
Hmm.
did Jesus have to have his blood shed? It's because of this thing where we are blood guilty before God on Judgment Day because of our sins. So it's not just the sin of shedding blood, it's the sin of rebellion and evil and wickedness and the hardness of our hearts and our separation from God and our actively choosing to hate God by loving our sin. That the only like possible way out of that is blood payment. And it
Hmm.
was God that chose to shed his blood to pay it. Otherwise, you're going to pay it on Judgment Day, and you're not going to like that. So, anyway, this is again elevating. We saw this whenever we are going through Exodus, but God all the time is elevating all of humanity. He's elevating nature into being something that he cares about because it's his possession that he made first, and he made us as the crown jewel of it. Um, but God still cares about animals. He still cares about this planet. He still cares about nature. But he elevates humanity above animals because we see if animals shed our blood, they are put to death. Even though they don't have a conscience to desire to shed our blood, although there are some animals in history who have desired to shed human blood, but it was mostly retaliatory. Like that jaguar that slaughtered an entire camp of poachers. The poachers killed her husband because they made pretty like pretty strong bonds. They killed her mate and she killed all of them. So
Wow.
she like snuck into the house and slaughtered them all. Pretty based. Um, but again, it's like that was a tangent. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. The Bible's pretty cool. It elevates humanity. There's no such thing as racism. There's no such thing as slavery. Do better. As for you, be fruitful and multiply, swarm on the earth and multiply in it. We sure listen to that. Uh, Jaguar gets a pass there, to be honest. It's fair. Yeah, absolutely fair. If it wasn't a jaguar, it was a tiger, but it was one of the big cats in Asia that killed a bunch of Asian poachers. Pretty based story.
Unless it was racist against Asians, and then we'd have a problem. So we probably would we'd want to interview the cat just to make sure before we start giving it all these accolades. Because what if
I
it
had a
turns out that it's like it just hates Asian people? That'd be a terrible cat.
I had two dogs growing up, and one of them was racist against black people, and the other one was racist towards black people. Like it preferred black people over everyone else. So any black person it met, it would go up and like start licking his or her face aggressively and like want to like lay on their lap. So I had both like extreme dichotomies of
Or it could have
my
been
wiener dog.
a more cunning racist, and it was like pampering them to get it. So it's like, yeah, take me home, and then I'll eat you. You know, animals are
No,
tricky.
no. It's nothing like that. They were both
No,
lap
it was a
dogs. So
dog.
like one was a wiener dog, one was a beagle. They were not ferocious beasts by any stretch of the imagination. And for whatever reason, my beagle just really loved all my black friends to the point where it became very weird. And one of the, I was a very, you know, horrendous person growing up. But one of my friends would come over high all the time, and my beagle would just start licking his ear. And because he was high, he was just like, "This is awesome." So he would just like lay on the floor, high as a kite, having my dog lick his ear, like the inner part of his ear for like 30 minutes straight, just giggling. I'm like, I don't think this is any kind of weird kink. So I'm not gonna like necessarily stop it. And my dog's not being annoying, so I'm just gonna whatever and play video games. Um, so I had some interesting animals growing up. Anyway. So before you joined, Jack, I mentioned your comment yesterday. Something's a big calculus and pigeon. Then God spoke to Noah and his sons with him, saying, "As for me, behold, I will establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you, with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, of all that comes out of the ark, even every beast of the earth. Indeed, I establish my covenant with you, and all flesh shall never be again be cut off from, by the water of the flood, and there shall never again be a flood to destroy the earth." Again, getting into some of the stuff with the global versus local.
I
Then
would
God
say,
said,
Chris, sorry to interrupt, but I just think that might be that one verse might just do it for the idea of a local flood, don't you think?
I agree for like the second half of it. There shall never
Mm-hmm.
again be a flood to destroy the earth. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because there are other really large regional floods that have happened.
Right.
Granted, there is not another. So like the flood that most people go for the universal local flood is the
Mm-hmm.
one right after the Ice Age.
Mm-hmm.
Um, now I would say that the Ice Age was caused by the flood personally, and
Yeah,
then
that's
that
what I
there
would think
were
too.
smaller floods as the Ice Age ended.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't actually like I just say both and I would say there's like that was a big flood, but it wasn't to the extent where the first flood was that caused all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but even with that, yes, there has not been another flood that large since the Great Flood that happened after the Ice Age. There have been other floods that were gigantic, though, not nearly
Mm-hmm.
to the same extent. So it is, if the question is God lying here? I would say no. If is God just being very exact and he's saying that that's the biggest flood that will ever happen again? Maybe I could take that, but I don't. I don't see why you would need to interpret it that way. I think the more reasonable, straightforward interpretation would be a global flood. I think we have decent evidence for it. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think we have, absolute proof of it, but I think we have stronger evidence for it than against it. Excuse me. Anyway, again, whole video on the flood that I will make. It's going to be a couple hours long. It's going to be pretty good. I'm It's gonna be a while till I make that though. Just being straight honest. Until I finish the book for the Talmudic dilemma, I'm not gonna get into any really big Bible projects. All the
Mm-hmm.
videos I'm making are things I'm writing for the book. So if you notice, it's a lot of like very related Islamic contents because I'm writing an Islamic book, and I don't have the time to make videos on any other topic. Although I will make a video for Easter, going over the Passover and how it relates to Jesus. We did a stream on that. And I'm going to go over a video on is homosexuality objectively bad for society and for us individually on June 1st. So, the beginning of Pride Month, I'm going to make a video showing and demonstrating that any form of homosexuality or any form of non-heterosexuality is bad for you, it's bad for your family, and it's bad for society. I think we can objectively prove that with statistics and with biological results from lab data. So, go through that. And then also you have the spiritual side of it, but it's going to be very little of the spiritual side. So those are the two videos that are not Islam related that are coming up. Other than that, I'm working on a larger TD video for me to stream with David on. And yeah. I'm writing an Islamic book. Sounds funny. Why? I mean, I guess, yeah. Like I'm writing a tafsir or something.
I hope
I
it starts
copied
off
it in,
with
though.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. You got to put that as the heading to the chapter 1, Chris.
That's such a Jewish phrase, too. It's ironic. I could, because Rahman is that's
Well, it
in the
reminds
Talmud.
me of when God passes in front of Moses and it says Rahum with Hanun. I mean, it's that's I'm sure that's where the Quran gets
The
it is
mercy
from.
before you. Yeah.
Yeah, Rahum, the
Yeah.
Hebrew
Mercy.
Rahum.
Yep. In the Talmud, he is described as the merciful one, and it's the exact same
Mm,
word, but it's Rahman.
yeah, Rahman.
Uh, yeah. So you have that straight up. And so there's actually a phrase um Elohim Rahman Lachrum. So it's like it's just straight like there's an exact sentence of the Quran that is exactly in the Talmud. There's actually a
Mm.
couple of those that are just like straight verbatim. Um, it's pretty funny. All those are going to be in the book. So I'm going to do a lot of comparisons between the Hebrew and the Aramaic and the Arabic of the Quran and how it just comes from the Jews, man, and the Christians and the Gnostics and Zoroastrians and Meccan, like just wrote down the whole list. Uh, Tafsir al-Christian. Elite. No, the Quran project we're working on is essentially going to be a tafsir, but it's going to be an anti-tafsir. So it's going to be every single thing
Yeah.
wrong with the Quran and showing how it fails spectacularly. I have the Quran reader done. I could maybe show that. Yeah, why not? I'll show it on screen. Get people excited up. I removed you. Didn't mean to do that.
Oh,
So
that's
this is
okay.
a work in progress. But the idea is we have this
Ooh.
reader. You can sort by chronological. So it starts with 96, then goes to 68, 73, 74, 1. Or you could go 1 and then turn back on and then go 2, 3, 4, 5,
You
6.
built this,
Onward.
Chris?
I wrote this, yes.
Wow. So
You can search by any number.
that is
So
one
actually, if
thing
you
that I think a lot of people don't understand about the Quran is the chronology of it's not in chronological order. And
nope,
when you read it in chronological order, especially if I can't see so
not the
much
Arabic,
on my
on the
small phone
Aramaic.
right now, but especially when it comes to like the hadith and knowing what times they were written and what was going on with the revelations, it really tells a lot about Muhammad and Islam when you can see the chronology of it play out because
Mhm.
he starts off, oh, the Jews and the Christians, they're just waiting for me, they'll recognize me. Then they don't, and then it's like the Jews and Christians are the worst of creatures and we need to subjugate them. And so the chronology is really it's really useful to understand the whole thing.
Yep. And we're also going to have rabbinic references. This will be way more. This is like literally like a not even 1.0 version of it. But we have a website this is going to be on, but we have like the references where everything's stolen from.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
so we're going to have every single type of footnote we can think of in this section, every Arabic footnote we can think of in this section, and the links to all the stuff. We have a lexicon, we have built in everything you can search by certain things. So if I want to find everywhere Allah is evil, but I plot my plot too, and it's like Allah, cursing people. It's pretty based.
Wow.
Um, so we are going to cook the Quran. Um, we're gonna have
Cook
every
with a
footnote
Q.
for yeah, every single footnote for the Talmudic dilemma, every single footnote for the Islamic dilemma, every single footnote for the master key approach, every contradiction, every error, every anachronism, every logical problem, every single stumbling of his words, because Muhammad was not always the best wordsmith, even though he really tried to be early on. Um, we're gonna have every single treatment of. So we're also gonna be able to sort it by certain things. Like we have all the abrogations in there. I don't know if you noticed, but I had the abrogations in red text. So
Okay.
whenever you and bring that back up, so if something is abrogated, you can actually see like, hey, that's abrogated, and it's pretty cool. So if I go to like Surah, I don't know, like 86 or something, what very on. It's still a work in progress, but we also have like these emojis that are linking to the categories and everything else. So that is
Wow. You know what this
quickly
reminds
flip
me of
over.
that is a shame that for the longest time there's been this place, and I don't want to disparage the wrong group. Well, I don't want to disparage anybody, but back when I started on
Oh, I
my
think my
Torah
code
keeping
changed it.
journey, there was this website, I think it's might be called Bibles for Israel, but that might be a good one. So again, nobody get mad at anybody without knowing what I'm talking about. But there's this particular website that has been working on basically a Bible that has every messianic reference basically laid out the way that you've done that there with the Quran, with outside references or things.
Mhm.
And I've been following them for 21 years now, and still no Bible. And every year they say we're one chapter closer, or if you want to sponsor a chapter, so maybe it's just that it's a massive undertaking, which I imagine it is, because they wanted to do it in Hebrew too, to specifically to give to Jews. But something fishy seems like on their timeline. Or either that, or they're just not being honest with that they're understaffed or something. But so that's sad that we don't have something like that, because that's a great idea. And so it'll be super cool to have a resource like what you've built there for Islam,
Yeah,
because that'll really be valuable.
yeah. So that is the main project that will come out of this year. It'll
Mm,
hopefully be launched by the end of this year. Right now, we have a group of people going through the entire Quran, making categories of every ayah. So every single ayah will be a part of things like 84 distinct categories. So you can sort by those. So you can see
wow.
every time Muhammad is mentioned, every time Abraham's mentioned, every time a location is mentioned, every time. You can also do word searches within the text itself. So if you want to search up the word like mercy, you can see how many times it comes up. Everything you click on it, and you can go to the passage. And the searches themselves also have it in English and Arabic at the same time, so you can sort through it pretty quickly that way. But
Well,
we'll also have footnotes for every single ayah of the Quran and where it is in error, both in English and in Arabic, because there's so Dr. Samuel Deeb, he wrote a commentary on the Quran that's 500 pages, and the first 250 pages of it is every single linguistic error of the Arabic of the Quran. So he
wow.
enumerated over 2,500 errors of the Arabic of the Quran. All of that is going to be translated and presented in a way that English readers can read it and Arabic readers can read it. And you can see every single problem in the Quran in place as you're
Wow.
scrolling through. So we're going to have all of the Arabic destroyed by the end of it. And then also the logic of the content itself. So then
Yeah,
it's
because
expected to
that
be
is a
blown out
major
by the end of the year.
defensive move currently with Muslims. Is
Yes.
they like to
Yeah.
say, "Oh, well, do you speak
You have to
Arabic?"
read in the
No.
Arabic. Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah. We're going to kill that claim by the end of the year. That's the
Wow.
goal. So,
This is going to be so. I mean, as much as it's a resource for evangelism, it's also a huge resource for people that are under the subjugation of Islam, like Muslims,
Hmm.
for
Hmm.
because again, if what you're saying is wrong or it's not correct or it's not taking things in context or this that, Muslims should be able to sit down with it and point that out. And if
Right.
they can't, and if they're honest with themselves in the text, it'll be a wonderful resource for people like that. That's
Yeah.
very cool.
We're also going to go through all the places where the Kirat disagree.
Okay, that's a good
Hmm.
one too, because
Hmm.
that's a big
Yeah.
deal
I
that
already
I
have
think a
all that
lot of
data too.
Muslims don't know
Yeah,
about.
that work has already been accomplished, but it's really
Wow.
hard to go through because it's an old book. So I'm
Hmm.
going to crawl that book, extract the text, and then insert it in a way where you can click each ayah and see the difference.
Wow.
Um, yeah, so
This is
we're
gonna be this is a big deal, Chris.
yes. By the end of the year, this project should be done, and we hopefully could end Islam with it within our generation. I'm not even trying to exaggerate with that. I do think this type of tool
Hmm.
would just give everyone the ammo needed to, because it's also going to like go through every argument. You also have another website that I'm not going to name, but it's the anti-Dawa side of it. So we have
Okay.
every single argument Dawa or Dai's Duat they give. Um, we've debunked it in written text, and we are going to link that back to the Quran too. So anywhere that there's an argument they like to use, that itself will be available in it. So you're gonna not only get
Wow.
like everything wrong with the Quran, you're gonna everything wrong with the exegesis of the Quran, and everything wrong with the way that people try to spin it, and every argument against Islam in general. So we also will throw hadith in there that are broken or like people should know about. Um, this this website we're working on should be like the one-stop shop of let's make apostates.
Hmm.
Let's get that number from 27% up to 100 and
No,
just
I
end
think
Islam.
like anything with cults or false religions is there always still be the stragglers. Like there's still some Gnostics today, and
Right. Yeah.
but the thing is, I don't know that there's really. I mean, the percentage of people that are honestly Gnostic, I think, is very small. It's
Yeah.
more of like, I mean, you probably have as many Jedi as you have Gnostics, like believing Gnostics.
Yeah.
So but again, that's going to be a huge thing, and especially for people who Christians who don't have the time or the ability to sit down and learn Arabic or go through all of these things with that resource, have it all in one place. Yeah, that's going to be super excellent, Chris. Awesome.
Mhm. Yep. And as soon as my book is done, all the work that is required or like dependent on me will be over. So even if I get assassinated by some angry Muslim, this will still come. This is not stoppable. This
Hmm.
resource will be out there in the next year and a half or so,
Wow.
and we are going to kill Islam with it. So pretty exciting times. Exciting times to be alive.
Yeah.
Something to keep an eye on. He sent an eye emoji. Was pretty cute. Yeah.
Somebody beat me to a bad joke this time.
um, do I have an argument against the Dawa classic? Jesus did the poo poo and the pee pee argument.
Oh,
Actually, that is in the Dawa script, I believe. Yeah, we do have that. We have how can he eat? How can he pee? How can he poop? How can he breathe? How can he sleep? How can he pray? How can he die? How can he have a mother? How can he have a father? Did he have a father? Can he have brothers? Let's see, what are some? We have over a couple hundred Dawa arguments. So anything we see online that's used more than once, that's
hmm.
in the book that we're working on to debunk. So we have a couple hundred renditions of different arguments and very specific copy pastable solutions to it. So in this next year or so, Twitter is going to become an anti-Muslim zone of no matter what they say on there, there's going to be someone who can debunk it like that. Literally search a sentence, find it, copy paste, it's done. There will be no ground on the internet left for them to trod where someone cannot go and debunk them instantaneously. That's the goal. So, pretty based times we're living in. Anyway, the Bible. A little bit of a tangent. That's like an update. That's an update
It
generally for
was,
what we're
yeah,
working
yeah.
on.
It's a good one.
Okay. So then God said, "This is the sign of the covenant which I'm giving to be between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all successive generations. I put my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of the covenant between me and the earth, and will be when I bring a cloud over the earth that the bow will be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And never again shall the water become a flood to destroy all flesh." Now, obviously, this happens because light refracts and becomes prism, and it makes a rain effect. Interestingly, the two most spectral things that exist is water and light. They're the two things with the most unique properties. And they're also the two things that God created first. He created a big ball of water for the planet, and he created a light. That was his first speech. So water and light are kind of miraculous substances in general. In the systematic theology book that I'm writing, that will eventually come out probably in like 6-7 years, I have a chapter dedicated to light, and I have a chapter dedicated to water, being evidences for God's existence. And I think it's super interesting that God, in his covenant with all living things, he uses water and light together to make a beautiful thing that we can look at, behold, enjoy, and remember our creator in.
Hmm.
That's just super based. He just so happened to be that way. Anyway, pretty cool. It's probably cool only to me though, because I'm a nerd. So the bow
Pretty
shall be
cool.
in the cloud, and I will look upon it to remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. And God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all the flesh that is on the earth." Now the sons of Noah who went out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was scattered abroad. Then Noah began to be a man of the land and planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and became drunk and uncovered himself in his tents. Sorry, I was checking Discord. Then Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took the garment and laid it upon their shoulders and walked backward and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were turned downward so that they did not see their father's nakedness. Then Noah awoke from his wine, and he knew what his youngest son had done to him. So he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants. He shall be to his brothers. And he shall, and he said, Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant." And Noah lived 350 years after the flood. So all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Okay. So before I go on my tirade, um, yeah, I'm gonna say something that would get Sam Shamoon to call me a prostitute and the son of a prostitute and
Yeah.
kick me
Son of Muta.
and ban me. Yeah. So what is your interpretation of the nakedness of the father episode?
So I remember as a kid, this scared me when I read this because I thought, oh no, it just seems like he just walked in the tent. It's like, hey, dad, wake up for breakfast. Ah, and he saw him. And then it was like, uh-oh, now he's in big trouble. And so I didn't really understand what was going on. N- all that to say, from the simple reading of the text, I think there is uh some some cultural things in here that Western culture is doesn't really register with. I mean, you go to Target to get a loaf of bread, and there's a 60-foot woman in a bra over the women's section. So nakedness is we still that's one thing that we've really been Hellenized with. Uh, pun not intended, but also that's funny. The Greek part of Western culture, we don't
Mm,
we aren't as adverse to
we're
immodesty as we ought
modest.
to be.
Yeah,
Correct.
right.
So there's that. Um, and I think from the reading of the text, it seems to be implied, at least to me, that that Ham, uh, I would say, like, either came out and said, "Oh, hey guys, you got to see this. Like, dad's out in there, passed out, like, and he's naked, and I saw it." Made light of it, I guess, or was joking about it. That's how I took it. Is he walked in, he saw it, and then he came out and kind of like gossiped about it to his brothers. And I
Mm,
know there are other thoughts, but
yes, there are.
that's how I took it. And the two other brothers were like, "What's wrong with you? You shouldn't be making fun of our dad like that." And they walked in and covered him up. But the weird thing for me is, if he's in the tent, where arguably you would imagine he's already concealed in there, why did they take it upon themselves to walk in and cover him up?
Mm,
But again, that might just be my Western mind. Not, I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
okay. So I'm gonna go through the position I don't think is correct and is Sam's position.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna go through the position that is common. And then through my leaning, but I'm not actually settled on it. I would lean towards one of them, but I don't think it's like for sure going to be just that. So the
Hmm.
way Sam and a few other people interpret this passage is it is him having intercourse with his mom.
Oh, okay. Because when in the Torah, when it talks about uncovering the nakedness of your,
Leviticus, yeah, Leviticus
yeah,
18 or
okay,
19, yeah. So in the all the sections of do not have do not have
illicit
sex,
relations with, yeah,
right? Oh, it's 19 or 18.
yeah.
No,
If you do
that's
such and such, you're
19.
uncovering the nakedness. For you have uncovered the nakedness of your father.
Yeah,
If it's with your, like, your stepmom or something,
right.
or one of your father's wives or something like that.
Uh, yes. So, none of you shall approach any blood relative of his to uncover nakedness. I am Yahweh. So this phrase of uncover nakedness is essentially just mean to have sex with. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father. That is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You are not to uncover her nakedness. So this verse is what he uses. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. So these two things in combination is what he uses to say that he had intercourse with his mom. Yeah, literally with his mom. So Ham had intercourse with his mom while Noah was passed out drunk next to her, is the idea. So then instead of Noah being the one who is naked, it is his mom or both of them, and he did it with his mom, and then the brothers decided not to do it with his mom, and then I guess covered her up.
So in the Hebrew, the ervath avihem would be a euphemism for their mom, the nakedness
Right.
of their father.
Yeah. So because it's you shall not partake, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your father. That is the nakedness of your mother. Uh, so this little thing here that
So I think the only weird thing with that understanding is, and maybe you haven't expounded enough on it yet, but the idea still of the covering it up. Uh,
yeah no, it doesn't make sense at all in Genesis. Again, that's why I
okay,
say this view is impossible. I think he's kind of an idiot for this view.
okay,
To be honest, like the guy knows a lot of the Bible. He probably knows the Bible better than I do. I
yeah,
think this is his one of his dumbest takes.
okay.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, because
this
I could see how someone could start to put this together, but I don't
right,
think all the pieces really come together to
right,
formulate an actual coherent idea on this.
right. So he is the one who became drunk. And it's like, oh well, the Talmudic interpretation makes more sense than that one. I agree. I agree. We'll go into that one next. And I do actually think the Talmudic one is significantly more likely than the one that is given. So, to finish off his explanation is the reason why Canaan is cursed is because his mom got pregnant with Canaan at that time.
Okay.
So Canaan is his brother son, his son brother, which is kind of disgusting that you even have to create that relationship. But it would be his son who was born through his mom, so also his brother, his half brother, half clone, half son. I don't know how you would actually like what term would you describe that with? Anyway, that's the view. Why was Canaan cursed? Well, because Ham got her pregnant. Why did how did he find out that like what does it say? Like but he knew when he awoke, he knew what his youngest had done to him and cursed Canaan. Oh, it's because she got pregnant and she started to show. It wasn't from him having intercourse, it was from the boy. Again, very stupid. Yeah. So he was the first Muslim so wild. Uh,
I have in my in the book I got here Rashi's take on this, and
I'm sure it's probably
his
similar to the Talmud.
yeah, and his take is that the says Ham, the father of Canaan, saw. So in the plain meaning of the verse, Noah's intoxication caused him to become uncovered, and Ham gazed at him disrespectfully. But according to Rav Hirsch, the term erwa may not mean nakedness but shame. So Ham enjoyed the sight of his father's dishevelment and drunkenness. Canaan is associated with the event because he had a part in disgracing Noah. Some of the sages say that he was the one who saw Noah and ran to tell his father. So kind of like
Mhm.
I guess back to what I was thinking was like this is a gossipy, like
Yeah.
irreverent mocking of the situation.
I'm actually kind of surprised that's Rashi's view. I haven't read all of
Yeah,
Rashi's
because you've
commentary.
pointed out that Rashi is or no,
Yeah.
was it that
Oh,
was Ash, I think, who pointed out that Rashi
Rashi,
is generally goes sexual for things.
yeah, I mean, just yeah. Also, the Talmud generally goes sexually for things, and
Mm,
his commentary is written in most Talmuds that are printed today. So, like on the intertext of the columns of the Talmud, that's Rashi's commentary on it.
mm,
Um, so he like if you've read the Talmud's version of it, I guess I'll go through the Talmud's version of it now because I'm not even gonna try to debunk Sam's. It's just stupid and doesn't work.
yeah, I
Um,
don't
I
think it
might
works.
I might walk back through and like why it's obviously not the case, but like he awoke and why were they walking with their faces turned backwards not to see their father's nakedness? It's like, oh, to not get tempted with their mom. That's gross, dude.
Ugh.
Uh, and I don't know, especially the age gap there. Like she's hundreds of years older than them.
Mm.
Anyway, um,
And they have wives.
they do have wives. Yes, you're right. They sure do. Yep. Okay. Anyway, going through the Talmud version, there's two main ones. There's like a couple other ones too, but the two main ones is he was sodomized by
Yeah,
Canaan
I've heard that.
or Ham. There's discrepancy on whether it was Ham who sodomized him, Canaan who sodomized him, or both who sodomized him. And there's also the view that Canaan castrated him as well. So Ham went in, sodomized him, told his son about it. Cain then in and maybe sodomized him, and then wrapped a piece of twine around his testicles and pulled and cut off his testes. Um, and then they went in to tell Shem and Japheth. So the reason why Canaan was cursed so severely is not only because he possibly also sodomized him, but because he castrated him. It's some of the view of the rabbinics. So yeah, ripped it off. This is in Bereshit Rabbah. It's in I think Sanhedrin. It's in a couple places within the Talmud discussing this exact thing.
One would
Bereshit
think
Rabbah goes over it.
that the outcome of such an activity would cause the rest of the family to have a lot more problems. I mean,
Yeah, you would
I've got
think.
three brothers, and if one of them did that to my dad, I think there'd be problems. like
Yeah,
bigger problems than what we hear about. That sounds very
right. The
very
way
extreme.
the way one of the rabbis justifies it, he puts in the mouth of Ham, uh, oh, our father wants to have another kid after we get off the ark because we're not supposed to have sex on the ark, supposedly. And Ham
Mm,
was cursed with black skin because he did have sex on the ark, supposedly. Neither of which actually happened. The
mm.
Hamite black skin curse is not real. Fun fact. Anyway, um, so one of the rabbis, I believe it's in Bereshit Rabbah as well, it talks about why he was castrated. And they're like, oh, Adam only had two sons. This man already had three sons. He already had more sons than our father Adam. Who is he to think he can have four? Um, so then they cut off his testes. And the reason why Canaan is cursed is because he's the fourth son of Ham. And he cursed his fourth son for the fourth son he couldn't have.
Okay.
So because he wanted to make a fourth son, and they castrated him so he couldn't, he cursed him. So even if Canaan wasn't involved and it was just Ham sodomizing him and cutting off his testicles, or just cutting off his testicles, um, that was the reason why it was cursed according to the rabbis. Now again, there's like and if you say according to the rabbis, there's almost always at least one, if not
Right.
three, rabbis who will disagree within the Talmud or Midrash or
Right.
later commentaries. So if I ever say within the Talmud or within the rabbis, there's always a little caveat of that's one of the opinions, not the only
Right.
opinion. So some of the other opinions, I loved one of the rabbis. I don't remember which one it was. Um, Maybe Yohanan. One of the rabbis was giving a overview of the different views of the different other rabbis, and he's like, yeah, and like Rabbi so and so says he was castrated. Rabbi so and so says he was sodomized and castrated. Rabbi so and so says he was just sodomized. I think it's the correct opinion that he was sodomized no matter what, and he may or may not have been castrated. It's like,
So filling in that last
just
the
so
last
casual
variable.
about it, yeah. It's like okay, um, yeah. So that's the view. To be fair, I don't think he was castrated. I think he was actually sodomized. I do think that is the
Oh, you do
likely
think that?
case. I do think that's more likely. Let me give my spin of like my headcanon how this would work.
Okay, real quick, while
But
you do that, I will I've everybody here knows that that I'm an amateur to this, and I'm also like 600 years old when it comes to the internet. But I've out of respect for Chris, I always try to make sure I'm prepared. So I do have now, I no longer have to ask Chris to mute me. When I have to step away for a moment, I can do it myself, which I will do now, and you'll see.
oh, look at that! Look at that! Yeah, he's still talking, but it's not working. Oh yeah! Oh, what do you have Christian Gadfly's face? Oh, that's a still frame from last stream. Um, let me see if I can bring up that picture. That picture made me laugh so hard. Uh, let me pull that up. So Christian Gadfly had super red eyes last stream, and immediately as soon as the stream ended, Stephen made a meme about it. I'm definitely gonna share it now. While he's not here to defend himself. Oh, let me save that. Save to images. Load to images. But yeah, at JP, this makes way more sense than New Testament. Yeah, I know. It's pretty silly. Background. That hit me. I don't even know if he meant to do that. StreamYard has this weird habit of just making different background pictures for people. Um. Anyway, so yeah, the Talmud doesn't make any sense. it does make sense. It does. Let me rephrase that. I'm being a little too harsh. The Talmud does have some wisdom within it, because any book that size, if it is spoken by rational humans, should have at least a little bit of wisdom in it, because we're all made in the image of God and we all have intellect and reason. Now, that being said, the vast majority of the exegeting of the Old Testament, I think, is not great. Some of it is bad. That section of it, I would say, is bad with the way that they did it. But anyway, I keep looking at Christian Gadfly's face. I've completely lost where I was currently in the argument against that view or for that view. But yeah, that's the view of the rabbis. I do not go nearly as far as the rabbis do. First off, I do not say that he was castrated. I wouldn't even say that he's gonna get to experience this on the screen too.
Oh, hey guys.
That's great. Anyway.
I'm gonna kill Chris.
Why?
I just are you laughing too much? You're gonna choke on your own
Oh, I thought that was a
snocular
threat, not a.
molecules. Oh yeah,
I was
no.
just loosening me up. Yeah. Anyway, also, if you didn't read the caption for that picture, it has cool kids pooping their pants, and his name is Christian Gadfly. And he did both of those himself, not us. That was not edited. That was his name and title. So, anyway, yeah, okay. My view. Let's go through that. We have Noah got drunk, and he himself laid uncover in his tent. It does not mention his wife at all. It says his tent. Now, it was pretty common practice. We also see this in the patriarchs, that the men and women had separate tents. Jacob, for example, lived in the tent of his mother after she passed away. So he didn't live in the tent with his father, he lived in the tent with his mother. So there was a mother's tent and a father's tent. So it likely was just Noah's tent, or even if it was just Noah and his wife, Nohu, whatever you want to call her, the female Noah. They may have had separate tents, and it may have just been him naked in the tent. If it was both of them, it doesn't really matter. It only references the man. There's no femininity involved in any of this, so I don't think Leviticus applies to this. I think it is strictly the father. So we have him becoming drunk and him being in his tent. Then Ham, the father of Canaan, this also gets into the two manuscript tradition idea that some Jews and some textual scholars bring up, that there is a primary text that we use, and then there's an older text that didn't have some of this information. So the older text was just Canaan doing this, and Ham wasn't involved. And Ham was actually the fourth son of Canaan. We see this in Perkta Rebbe Eliezer, where Canaan is called one of the sons of Noah. This gets into the Talmudic dilemma, because it just so happens to be in Islam, Canaan is the fourth son of Noah. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, so you do have that. I did notice the name. It's great. Great name. You do have in Islam Canaan being the fourth son of Noah who drowns in the flood. And Jews sometimes believed Canaan was the fourth son of Noah, although the vast majority of them did not. Although they did believe in a fourth son, generally speaking, in a bunch of other sources. One of his sons, in one of the rabbinic sources, comes out in the 300s, if I remember correctly. It talks about how his son trained Nimrod in astrology, because if you remember, Nimrod is a great astrologer, which is why he was such a great king. So Noah's son is the one who actually trained Nimrod in astrology, according to the rabbinic tradition. No, that wasn't his name. I have the note on his name if you want me to bring that up. Do, 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 do. Control F. Fourth. Oh, I should probably just search Canaan. That'd be faster. Okay, what was his name? Book of Jubilees has Crispy Canaan. Cave of Treasures is Yotan. Yam. Yeah, Yam and Yotan. So I believe it's Yam in the Islamic and Yotan in the Jewish. Um, and it is just straight up the same root. Um, so it's not Jonathan's not the root for Yohanatan. It's just Yonton. And Nimrod is trained by him. Then it does some polemics against the Persians and it calls them stupid and incest folk. Um, Very rude text. It's the Cave of Treasures, page 33, for those who are curious. But like straight up, oh, like, I can read it real quick. It's pretty funny. Um, it's like just randomly thrown in there, and it's like, wow, what is the world? So a man cannot become a priest and a magician until he hath known carnally his mother and his daughter and his sister.
Oh.
And Ishtar, the priest, did this, and from the time the priest and the magicians and the Persians take their mothers and their sisters and their daughters to wife. And this Ishtar, the magician, was the first to begin the study of the signs of the zodiac. For luck, the fate, the happenings, the movements, and the motions of eyes and eyelids, as well as the other arts learned of the Chaldeans. Um, and it goes through and it says that it was derived from demonology and Nimrod basically associated with demons, and that's how it became so powerful. So astrology was the teaching of demons. A pretty interesting book in general. Cave of Treasures is a source of the Quran. I've read a decent chunk of it, and it's very strange. It's very strange stuff. The Quran doesn't
And
always.
what time period is that book from, Chris?
Think the 200s or 300s AD.
Oh, wow, okay.
373 maybe.
And is that like a Gnostic thing, or is that a
It
its
is,
own set of
yeah,
people?
it's Christian-ish. That's how I would describe it. It's Christian-ish,
Okay.
kind of, kind of Jewish at times, kind of Christian at times.
Hmm.
It's a weird book. It doesn't make any sense, but it shows traditions that are orally at the time,
Right,
and it
right.
just happens to be that those oral traditions also appear in Islam.
Hmm.
Anyway, a fun fact how that happens. Crazy. Uh, so I don't actually support the view that there are two different manuscript traditions. I think these can be harmonized without going back to non-existent manuscripts that we've
Hmm.
never found. We've never, again, this is like Q. Q doesn't
Right,
exist, guys. Q is a
right.
fabrication. Q is a lie. Q is unneeded, even.
Hmm.
Um, just fun fact. Anyway, uh, so this is a fabricated thing that scholars use to try to understand it by saying, "Oh, well, the wording could have come from this hypothetical source that we don't have any access to, and no allusions to, and no manuscripts that agree with it, or even allude to it, or help it." So they spin out this narrative that, in my opinion, didn't exist. It's kind of atheistic in general, but
Hmm.
we have no evidence for it other than just wishful thinking, and it seems to make sense within their worldview.
Which is funny
Anyway,
because their evidence for it is we it can't be how it seems. That's pretty much the
right,
evidence is, well,
right,
no, this couldn't be written the way that it looks. So how could it be written then? Oh, this way. And I mean, that's as solid as their argument gets. And but I mean, they take that as very strong somehow.
right.
I guess because the alternative would be that a lot of the stuff we're reading is either true or historically accurate. So they got to find some way around that.
Yeah, I didn't see Polony's statement earlier, but it says that Ham did something to Noah in the verse. That is my crux of the argument too.
Oh, so you
So
both
there's
you would say that, Chris? Because I saw that comment and I went and read back on it, and so I mean, even in Hebrew, saw and Ham the
yeah,
father of Canaan saw the nakedness of his father, and he told. to the two of his brothers outside. So when you guys say that there was something implied that was done, what where
Mhm.
what are you saying is where are you finding that?
Right, the combination of 22 and 24.
Oh,
So
okay,
we
so
see that Ham saw the nakedness of his father, and this is a euphemism in other
in
places
24,
of
okay.
the text. Then we have, and then the brothers go and are respectful and lay their, they don't see their father's nakedness. This
Mm-hmm.
might be because they didn't want to be tempted. You know, again, we said that, you gross about the mom, it's you gross about the dad, but
Mm-hmm.
who knows? Maybe Noah had that backside. I don't know. Uh, But we have that they didn't want to see their father's nakedness, and that might have been just a respect thing. But when Noah awoke from his wine, he knew what his youngest son had done to him. It doesn't say that he was informed about it. It doesn't say he was told about it. It doesn't say, any of that. It says he awoke and he knew. If he was just looked at, how could he know what happened? If
Could
he
it
was
be
sodomized, you could tell.
could it be to be to give an alternative idea here? Could it be because
Choice
like
beef.
when it says he woke from his wine and he knew, could it not be that like it's saying he sobered up and then the other two sons told him that Ham was in there, or he went in there and was making fun of you, and could
I
it be that
mean, you could say that, but it is specifically the new side of it. Like he didn't
mm.
have to he
So
didn't
you're
have to
saying that
learn about it.
just the way that it's phrased, it sounds like
Right.
the knowing means that he just knew from waking from it, that he knew
Right.
without being, because I would say now thank God I've never been in a situation where I've had wine to the point where anything like this has happened to me. But if I woke up from a stupor and I had some pain, I don't think my first thought would be, oh, somebody assaulted me. That wouldn't
It's a
be
very
my first thought.
specific type of pain though, because it's like deep into your body only from that one location.
Okay, see,
So it's not
thank
like you
God I
have a
don't know.
rash on your butthole. It's not like you have a rash there. It's like the entire channel is sore.
Hmm.
If you talk to any woman who's ever done that or like went too much for their fun part, uh it hurts. You can tell like there's pain, like you can tell that something occurred. So
But
even
sorry,
an
poor choice
organ
of words.
designed for that purpose, so even like the vagina, even though it's designed for that purpose, if a woman has that happen to her in her sleep, she's aware. How much more so from the booty hole?
I would just think like that would necessitate prior experience, I would say, because I could feel all sorts of weird pain down there, and I would never assume that
Right,
that
so
would have
that gets
happened to
into
me.
the other point. Um,
Okay.
how did he know that it was his youngest son who did it to him? And part of the explanation that people typically give is he knew what it was from his physical experience, like, oh, my butthole hurts. And he immediately would have suspected Ham, possibly from Ham's behavior before they went on the ark.
Oh.
So maybe he knew that he already had history with homosexuality before the ark, or he
Hmm.
had temptations with it before the ark. Because again, every single person other than Noah outside of the boat was wicked and evil.
Hmm.
There's no reason why his son wasn't a homosexual, or at least
Hmm.
bisexual. If one of his sons was homosexual and his other sons weren't, and I wake up and my butthole hurts, I'm gonna think the gay son did something to me.
Boy, oh boy.
Just being
Yeah,
honest. And
I
it
could.
says
So,
that what he had done to him. So he
mm,
knew. So it's again, he and knew, and then what he had done to him. So it's not just like to see, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit more expressive of what's happening. is that the knowing the nakedness should be sexual, and the knowing what happened to his body, uh, and that it was the youngest son who did it, and it doesn't really seem to be that he was informed or anything like that. He just knew.
So
Maybe that's the cause.
I think that I think the weakest point from at least in convincing me would be that i- again, like if I woke up one morning, even if I hadn't had any wine, and or if I had had so much wine that I'm like, oh my, how many bottles of wine did I drink? And I had any kind of pain that I would imagine would be new pain, uh, that would be the last thing I would assume, even
Right.
if I thought I was in a situation where possibly someone very wickedly would have done that to me. Well, I guess that does
So
change it a little bit
you also have to
if
think about the mind space a little bit too. He's 600 years old. He's gonna
Mhm.
live for another 350, so he's healthy. Like we all would
Right,
think of him like a super gray beard. Like, he might have looked like he was in his 20s. We have no
right.
idea. Like the long lifespan of people might have also meant that they were in their 20s or 30s, like that, like physicality for hundreds of years at a time. And then also he grew up for hundreds of years witnessing murder and rape and sodomy and
Mhm.
bestiality and child sacrifice and all of this type of stuff. If that's the culture you knew growing up, that's the culture that you knew your family was in. Um,
Oh, I guess he could have heard stories of people around him of what kind of pain there is. Yeah, it's a weird it's a weird topic that the more I explore, the less I want to. But I do see now I do see the
sorry, guys, a lot of projection going on. Uh,
I now see it's not as easily dismissible as I thought. I still
mm,
don't think that I would go that route
yeah,
only because I feel like the text is plain enough that uh it's not necessary to know that, I
right,
guess.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess it's not as outlandish as I initially thought.
yeah. Again, I'm not like entirely sold on it, but I do think it is fairly likely.
Mm,
Because it seems like the wording is very delicate. Like God is being purposefully, um, I don't know how I could word this, but like there's lots of times in the Bible where God is just extremely blunt.
mhm,
Like so blunt, you're like, wow, I cannot believe you said that, Yahweh. Um,
mhm.
like the two prostitute daughters who yearn for penises like donkeys and emissions like horses. Like that is
Right.
such a blunt, over the top statement. It's wild. There's lots of statements about people being raped and murdered and all the things that are matter of fact and meant to be shocking. And
Mhm.
then there's stuff like this that seems a little bit more delicate. And there's other places where it's a little bit more delicate, but what's happening with like David's son raping David's daughter.
Yeah,
They were half siblings, but there's still that happening. And I
right.
think there's still like, so there are times where, and similarly Dinah, there are times where women who are abused, God talks about it in a much softer tone.
Mhm.
So I could see maybe he's like trying to protect the honor of Noah a little bit, while also not backsliding from the fact of humans are evil and wicked, and even the people that were worthy of being saved from the flood are still evil.
Mhm.
Don't idolize them, don't worship them, do not put them in the place of God. They are still wicked. So I could see like that side of it. And then okay, well then the obvious question becomes why was Canaan cursed? Especially because he's not the only son of Ham. There's a couple different views on that, and for the own paradigm that I'm saying now, like from your paradigm, like oh, Canaan was just participating in the mocking. Totally could see that. Why was Ham not also cursed? And you could probably adopt the explanation I'm about to give and just say that that is a blanket for both. But Ham was one of the anointed of God, who was saved from the flood. The anointed of the Lord should not be recklessly killed. We see that with Saul. Even though Saul was a wicked man by the end of his life,
Right.
he was a servant of God who was anointed with the Holy Spirit, at one point in time. It may have been that the 8 people on the ark were anointed by God, and they were not going to be cursed by God because God saved them from the flood and anointed them in the process. Uh, that might be why Canaan was the one who was cursed, because Ham couldn't have been by God without him, like, in some way breaking his own covenant or oath or blessing. That is like one possible explanation that some people go to and use. Another one is he is cursing the descendants of Ham instead of Ham directly, because now it's going to be Canaan plus all of it is, it's like a stronger curse. So rather than just cursing Ham and it dies with him, now it's going to be on the Canaanites forever. So this is a curse that will be generational because of how evil and wicked this thing was. Which again,
Or
if it is merely
if
looking,
they're
why are
like
the
imitating
Canaanites
their
cursed?
father and
Yeah.
it's a cultural thing. The Canaanite culture will be because of I've got this thing that's all zippity doopity melting. I did want to point out that just to factor into again that an argument for just taking the text as it is. Uh, we do know, like we were talking about earlier, how uh, Western civilization is desensitized from things like modesty and respect, even. But in Exodus 21:15, there's a Torah commandment that says, "He who strikes his mother or father must surely be put to death." So obviously,
Mm,
striking is a whole other level
right.
in a sense, but also to go out and openly mock your father, your mother, I would think God would take very seriously.
Hmm.
So there's still fortunately there's still that we don't have to go to the we can still
Yeah.
stand strong on just that the seeing was bad enough and implied that there was mocking, because
Right.
it does say that he told his brothers.
Right.
So, but yeah,
Yeah.
I see your point though.
And even if it is him going out and telling his brothers, like after he finished, he then invited his brothers to participate in his sin because sin loves company. And if he can
Mm,
get all of his brothers to be in that state of wickedness with him, then it's
right.
them against Noah. Yeah. Uh, I do think it is at least a possible option
Mm.
that Noah was actually sodomized by Ham. Um, and that is kind of insane, to be
And
honest.
this is why the Torah prohibits eating pig. There we go. There's my bad joke for the night. It was long overdue. No ham.
No ham, ham bad. Black Forest ham is the worst because of the Hamite curse. So, yeah, I mean, I still love the. I don't know if you actually read that, but I liked it better when the son made a mistake by walking into the
Yeah,
wrong tent.
don't worry. Don't worry,
Uh,
IJP. I'm sticking with that one.
yeah, I hope that's the case. I hope Noah didn't have to go through that because that would be a really
Mm,
sucky end to his long standing service to God. But humans are kind of the worst,
yeah.
and the Torah does not shy away from showing the wickedness and the evil of humanity, and it has a lot of embarrassing material in it, which
Mm,
actually adds to its authenticity. So if this
I
is actually
agree.
the Bible saying that Noah was sodomized by his son after he got drunk on wine, that would be evidence for the truthfulness of the Torah. And Muslims actually use that as evidence against the Torah. It's like, oh, well, how could you
Correct.
possibly have that? I'm like,
Right.
no, you don't understand. Why would Jews make that up? That
Right.
actually, like, Noah
It's
is one of the
the
saviors of
principle of
humanity.
embarrassment.
Right. The criteria of embarrassment, the principle of embarrassment. There's a
Yeah, like
couple
with
different versions
David
of the
too.
name. Right. Yeah. David, especially David,
Moses. Yeah.
Moses, they
I
all
mean, everybody
fail.
is. Hmm.
Abraham, even, yeah, Abraham threw his wife away twice because he was scared of dying.
Mm,
Because his wife got that grade A beef, as we were talking about earlier. Um, yeah. So every single patriarch has an embarrassing moment. The one that doesn't really have any embarrassing moments is Joseph.
mm,
And he's like the greatest type of Christ in the Bible,
mm,
other than maybe Moses. Um, but it's crazy. Even with Moses with his Cushite wife, and
mm.
he married a black woman. His brother and sister grumbled against it because they were being a little racist. God curses them with white skin, which is hilarious. You make fun of a black person so your skin turns white and you start to die. That is excellent level of ironic punishment, God. That is beautiful irony of you're cursing a person for having black skin. I'm going to make you have deadly white skin. Beautiful, beautiful punishment. But that's very embarrassing. Like having your brother and sister, like Moses, the brother and sister of Moses, is grumbling because he married a black woman.
Mm.
That's embarrassing. That's in the text. The Bible does not shy away from adding all of these embarrassing things. There's embarrassing things in the stories of like Joshua and Judges. So like the sword went into the king because he was too fat and got lost in his body. That's pretty weird. That's pretty embarrassing. That's why would you add that detail to the Bible if this is all just mythology? If this is all just made up stuff by the Jews in the exile or in the after Davidic kingdom and all that stuff. And this is all just made up by scholars centuries later. Why have any of that? We
Right.
look at other myth systems in Greece and Rome and Babylon that are made up, all false. All of their guys are heroes
Mm.
and wonderful and perfect.
Even
You get
in
your
their
Hercules.
debauchery, like
Yeah,
when they
even in
do
their
terrible
failures, they're still
things.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still like this was cool the way that they messed up. Like when Zeus doesn't Zeus turn into a goose and have his way with a woman and just weird stuff.
yeah, 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 yeah. He tricked
But
a
it
couple women into sleeping with him.
yeah, but it's always done in a way where it was like, uh,
Yeah, he's like a Casanova.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, he's like
yeah.
suave with his tricking women into intercourse. Yeah, yeah. They're always seen as like these hero myths. You don't really get the any of that type of stuff. Yeah. He also did it to an animal. I think he also did it as an animal, if I remember correctly. Zeus could also shapeshift.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying
Um,
is that he turned into a goose, I think, or a swan or something.
I think there's also a time where he's turned into a snake. He turned
Okay.
into, I believe, other men as well. Like I might be misremembering that, but I remember a story of one of the
Dihya
gods
Kalbi.
turning into like the husband of a wife and having intercourse with her. So like that is wicked. That's like about as wicked as you can get of like I'm going
Mm,
to go grape that woman and she doesn't even know what's happening. Uh because I'm her husband at the moment.
mm.
That is wicked, dude. Anyway, Clementine says it's weird because I know Hebrew. She's from the motherland, the
Okay.
promised land. Uh and but reading the Bible is almost like reading another language. I can read it, but I just barely understand it. Yeah, it's because modern Hebrew and biblical Hebrew are not perfectly identical. Um, which kind of sucks because I was learning modern Hebrew first, and now I'm learning biblical Hebrew.
Mm.
And again, it's kind of difficult for me. So my
Well, that's
vocabulary is
funny.
not great in
I
either of the versions, but
I
I'm like
learned biblical
slowly
Hebrew
blending it together.
first,
Yeah,
and for me, modern Hebrew is like, oh, this is so much. This is a lot. It
yeah.
takes out a whole bunch of stuff, like besides the
If you do want
vocabulary.
a good course, this one might be too basic for you, Clementine, but this is a good one. You'll go through I think all of Genesis, all of Jonah, and a couple of the other minor prophets. Um, it's less gloss. A lot of it is just like if you're fluent in Hebrew, it might be too basic for you. But there are Rocklet courses that are not introductory courses, but are like uh, masters and PhD level books that you can go through. They're not terribly expensive. This one was only like $20, which is nice, especially for like a textbook. And you can learn biblical Hebrew from modern Hebrew in a couple of weeks of just going through those type of resources.
Hmm.
It takes effort. Anyway, we can we can
So now, Chris,
she
we're
said yeah,
getting
it
to
does
the
so.
one part where I did have my one question, but I think we've been, what time is it? 11:42 my time.
Hour and
Been
30
almost
minutes. We
two
have not gone
hours.
through 10 yet. We're not even
Right.
to the Tower of Babel yet.
So
But
there
I'm
was
feeling
the
good right now.
10 starts off with a question I wanted to ask you about if you were did we finish 9 real quick?
I want to answer this one question real quick.
Okay.
So, is it like knowing Spanish and trying to read Italian? It's more like knowing. I guess that's fair. I was gonna say Spanish and Portuguese. If you those are a little bit closer. Italian is not that different from Spanish. There are a lot of the nouns are like one or two letters off. Um, yeah, it's more like Spanish and Latin is a better example because Italian and Spanish both develop out of Latin. It's like knowing Spanish and going back and reading Latin because there's some words that are entirely different. Most of the words still have the same roots, so you can understand it. But the modern is typically a little bit more expanded and is a little bit more contextual. The entire Old Testament Hebrew is only around 4,000 words whenever you drop the nouns and proper names. So whenever you drop, not nouns, whenever you drop pronouns and proper names and places and things. So like if you don't count the mountains, you don't count the people, you don't count the places, um, don't count any of that because that's like a couple thousand past that. There's only around 4,000 words in Biblical Hebrew. That is one of the smallest languages on the planet.
Mm,
Uh, that's a crazy, probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of words just by knowing English.
hmm.
English active vocabulary is around 250,000 words. I think total in history is like 800,000 or so. Arabic has the most like possible words, but they have like 300 to 400,000 words that are actually used at any point in time in history. Uh, English is on the larger side. Hebrew is on the smaller side. Like, there's not. I don't know of any language that's actually smaller than Hebrew. What languages have the least words? It's all contextual based though. Ooh, this one's interesting. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna almost guarantee you it's African based on the name. Taki Pona? It was developed in 2001, so it doesn't count. But it
It's
was
like a conlang?
designed. It's designed for simplicity and it only uses 137 words. So it's a scholarly invented language. Like, what is the actual like what used language? What real used language has uh have the lowest vocabularies? Go ahead and ask your question, Mom. I'm googling this.
Oh, okay. So we've come across it before, but for some reason I actually had time today when I knew what the stream was going to be about. I thought I would just flip through it real quick to see if there was anything. And so I think it happens 11 times, but in Genesis, and it's a section will start off in Hebrew with Ve'ele Toldoth. And so I didn't know if you were familiar with I forget what it's called, the tablet theory, I think, based off that Hebrew word toldoth or toldot.
Mm,
Um, have you heard of that?
no, I've not heard
Where
of the tablet theory.
the idea is each time that's mentioned, because in cuneiform we have examples of kind of a similar, what's the weird word for it? Uh, colophon? It's like I think in the cuneiform it's used as an introduction, but the argument in the tablet theory when it comes to Genesis is it's used as like basically saying that when we encounter this phrase, "Ve'ele toldoth," um, it's 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 showing that there was Moses compiled these stories from the witnesses who would be like so like here this starts off chapter 10, "Ve'ele toldoth b'nei Noach." So this would be the account of the sons of Noah.
Mm-hmm.
And uh, the idea being in this theory that when something is introduced with this Ve'ele Toldoth, it's saying, and I am introducing this story from the story we have preserved from uh, the people who were named uh, after
Right.
that. So like there's Toldoth Sarah, I think. There's the only one that doesn't fit so much is the very first one that shows up, which I think is Genesis 3. No, is it Genesis 3 or Genesis 2?
So it looks like it happens in Genesis 10, 11, 25, 36, and then Numbers and Ruth.
Let me see your screen there.
I mean, it's pretty small. I don't know if you're gonna be able to read that.
One, two,
Doot,
three,
doot, doot,
four,
doot,
five,
doot.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think there's 11 incidents because there's also one that these are the We'ele Toloth, the generations of the heavens and the earth. Is that would that be chapter 4 in Genesis? Hmm. Nope. There's
Oh,
somewhere.
that's the man knowing his wife. Hey, look at that, knowing someone. Anyway,
Yeah, so I
getting
didn't
back
know if
into
you
the.
if you were familiar with it or what your thoughts would be on it. Because I think it's pretty interesting. I don't know that it's I don't know that the argument is strong
Uh,
enough
so
to
so if I'm understanding the argument correctly, it's like the people who came before him wrote down these stories, and that's how he knew about them. Is
yeah,
he's
and so they were
reciting the stories
preserved
from these tablets.
and he's compiling it to tell the story because there's examples
So
in cuneiform where they did a very similar thing.
okay, so it's right after the Tower of Babel. So it's right with Noah with the Tower of Babel. What's 25?
Is that Sarah?
Yeah, right after the time of
Oh,
well, it would
Ishmael.
be
Yeah, Ishmael.
Ishmael from
And
the lineage
then
of Ishmael
Wele Toldoth Yitzhak.
through Isaac. Yeah,
Yeah, so chapter 10 there it
Isaac
starts
ben.
off with for what we were covering today is it starts off with the sons of Noah. It says Ve'ele Toldoth b'nei Noah. And so
Hmm.
according to this theory, what Moses is saying there is now here's the account that we have from from the sons of Noah.
Hmm.
So since you're not familiar with it, you can't really opine. And I don't want to strain your voice any further going over it with you more. But
That's fine. I did think this was funny. Yeah, Portuguese sounds like nonsense fake language to me.
yeah,
Honestly,
if you know Spanish and you think, oh, look at all these words, and also the pronunciation, like the E is sometimes is
right.
said like E, and
I
oh,
think
it's
South
very
American Portuguese
confusing.
might be a little bit closer to Spanish. My friend does not speak Portuguese, but he has a bunch of Portuguese friends because he lives in Argentina and he's friends with people from Brazil.
Hmm.
So he doesn't know Portuguese, but he basically knows Portuguese because
Hmm.
they're pretty much the same thing. And I think the Brazilian Portuguese might be a little bit more Spanishy than like Portugal Portuguese.
I have a
Uh,
friend too in Brazil, and he laughs all the time. He tries to teach me Portuguese. I'm fairly good with Spanish, and Portu I Portuguese is very strange to me. But it's like it looks so Spanish, and then you try to figure it out, and you're like, I have no clue what's going on here. I think we had
Jar
a
Jar Binks
yeah.
speeches. Uh, I do. I had this made me laugh so hard. And each Arabic word is magical and has 90,000 meanings.
Yeah, and it's always the ones that
Mhm.
don't mean whatever the Christian is saying.
Right. What are your thoughts that Ham is Hebrew for Chemetz, Egypt, and Ham's four sons represent the four Egyptian districts. Um, Canaan, actually, it's not Canaan. One of the sons of Ham is the father of Egypt, if I remember correctly.
Mitzrayim.
Um,
Let's see.
yeah, I was just looking for that. It's in this list.
Yeah, Mitzrayim. The
Sorry.
sons of Ham: Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan.
Mm-hmm.
And Mitzrayim. Oh, yeah, Mitzrayim for the that's Hebrew for Egypt. Mitzrayim.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the verse for it.
Uh,
Should be like around
10:6.
10:6. Oh, I went way past it. Oh, these are the sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, and Put and Canaan. So Egypt. I think the NIV actually does translate this straight up as Egypt. Let me look at the 10:6 and yeah, he just straight up translates it as
Oh,
Egypt.
really? Okay.
Yeah. So this actually gets into what we were talking about last time. But beyond that, I don't have too many thoughts on the divisions for that. But Egypt here is the son of Ham. He's the third generation from Noah. That's kind of wild. There are the discussions of the Ogdoad, the eight people, the eight gods that come from a big boat during the flood and repopulate humanity and
Mm,
give life to all humans. We went over that last week a little bit. Egypt is said to have been founded by one of the Ogdoad, of the gods that descended from the ark, who lived to be hundreds of years old. So the earliest leaders and people within Egypt's patriarchy all lived to be hundreds of years old during the time of mythology from the Egyptian histories. I don't actually think it was mythology. I would actually say that they did literally live to be that old, and we just
hmm
have a bunch of people all over the planet who happen to live to be hundreds of years old in the mythologies of various cultures. And it's like, oh, well, the skeptical view is, oh, of course, every society would want to have their founders be magical.
hmm
It's like, there's nothing magic about it. They just had a different biology. Like, again,
Right.
the lobster thing. Lobsters are biologically
Right.
immortal. They just choose to die out of depression or boredom. They
Until
just
their
can't be
doctor
asked to
stops
keep living.
subscribing them Prozac.
Antidepressants, yeah. So if we had the ability that lobsters had, we could live to be 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years old as long as we didn't kill each other. And as long as we didn't get depressed and kill ourselves, as lobsters do. Anyway,
Sad lobsters.
can you imagine, dude? Like, you're a 120-year-old lobster and you weigh like 26 pounds and you're just done with life.
You're
You're like,
covered in
you know,
barnacles and
like I am 11 times heavier than every other lobster in the world. I have no reason to continue to exist. I
and
am
all the
the
young
size
lobster
of a
ladies
German
still don't
Shepherd.
find me attractive.
Uh, I guess I'll just die now. Thanks. Uh, anyway, so if we had the ability lobsters had, we could live to be forever. It's not a magical thing. It's just different biology. It's not really that impressive the more we've studied it. And we're actually getting close to it. In the next 50, 100 years, we will be biologically immortal as long as we don't nuke each other. But if Jesus doesn't come back and we continue down this technological advancement we're going down, and AI doesn't murder all of us, so I have to have some caveats of no apocalypse. If there's no apocalypse and we just continue with the current trajectory as it is, then we will be biologically immortal and our grandchildren will never die of old age. Pretty cool. We are developing the technology to turn us into lobsters, essentially. Not that we'll have to molt and live in the water,
Well, who
but we
knows?
will no longer age. We can turn off aging once we get a little bit better at genetics. So, anyway,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know
I
if I want to go
honestly
through Nimrod.
to get to the Tower of Babel, I honestly view that genetic human advancement as today's version of the Tower of Babel, where I feel like the human race will never get there because God will step in. because the last thing God
Mm,
needs is sinful man to live longer than they already do.
right. Honestly, like, we already kind of suck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brazilians will be the first to say their language is very different from Spanish. Yeah, again,
Mm,
I've only had conversations with other South Americans who are not Brazilian. I think I've only interacted with one Brazilian in my life, but I have a good number of South American friends that are not Brazilian but speak very negatively of Brazil in general. Um, so I'll leave that up to a Brazilian to defend their own honor. I'm just giving you a secondhand account of what some Spanish speaking boys say down there. Anyway,
chicos.
yeah, a lot of Arabic words are similar to Hebrew words. A lot of Arabic was developed from Hebrew, in my opinion.
Mm,
Most of the theological terms are straight up Hebrew or Aramaic
mm.
because not Moses, Muhammad stole them. Fun fact.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Got to show proper
La,
reverence, Chris.
la, la. What was it? What would it be? Rasul be Jahannam. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
no, no, la. Anyway, so yeah, he's burning in the fire. Uh, yeah, they also call football foosball. Fair. Um. Anyway, continuing on. I don't know how much more of the genealogy itself I want to talk about.
Hmm.
Um, Nimrod is an interesting figure just because of the rabbinics, but he's really not that interesting in the Bible. Almost every single thing we have about him, if not everything we have about him, is just folklore, and we have no
Yes.
idea. Yeah.
So Chris, I would imagine that you're probably not a fan of Alexander Hislop's The Two Babylons. Are you familiar with that?
Maybe.
It's
Sounds
basically
vaguely familiar.
tracing back all of the world's paganism back to Nimrod, uh, through linguistics and ancient ancient drawings and inscriptions and things. I thought you might have been. I thought for some reason it was kind of this well-known thing, but maybe not. But I read it and I thought it was very interesting. But it seems like a lot of people completely anymore dismiss it. But I think it makes some really good points. So that's another one of the things. Man, this is strike two for me of things that I thought I'd like. I'm so interested in Chris's opinion on this, and it turns out you haven't encountered it yet. And I mean, I'm not going to recommend it to you with you're way too busy now. So one day,
Yeah.
Chris, one day we'll talk about these things.
Okay. I look forward to it. Whenever I get my 3 books finished,
Right.
and I don't start any other projects. So I'm currently working on. Okay, I'll let you guess. How many um projects slash jobs am I currently doing with my life?
Well, I don't want to guess, Chris, because you're going to make me feel real bad for ever saying I'm tired. Now I am older than you, and when I was your age, I was a lot more successfully reckless with my energy, but not anymore. So I guess there is that. But uh Chris is up to a lot, ladies and gentlemen, and a lot of it's very exciting stuff. And if you missed
Yeah.
the earlier recap, uh the Quranic website in general is that's enough to be a life's masterpiece. And that's one of several things Chris is working on. So, Chris, give us a quick rundown, one more time, a recap of what's to come in the future.
Yeah. Well, first off, I'm currently working on 12 projects. Um, so there's that. Uh, anyway, the that project is a combination of 3 projects. So 3 of my projects will turn into the website. Um, and then once that's done, it's settled. So
Hmm.
once I'm done with that, I'm done with that. Then I'll just like go around to the internet and be like, hey, we've done this thing. Go check it out. Go use it.
Hmm.
So I'll just be making the rounds with all of the Christian apologists going on the streams and just demoing the product. It's free, by the way. All the stuff we're working on is free. Um,
Wonderful.
yeah, we have a bunch of volunteers all working on it for free. Was all produced for free. All of the money that's been spent on it was donated. Um, it's all going to be nonprofit, not even nonprofit, free. It's going to be at a cost. So we are producing all these things at a loss for the kingdom, for the world. So this is going to be a forever hole in my budget of a couple $100 every year. And that is going to be the whole shebang. Basically, the Quran Project is we are going to debunk Islam so thoroughly that there is no person on the planet who has a brain who is critically thinking about it, who will remain a Muslim in their heart. There might be Muslims who encounter it and then like remain Muslim out externally to not be beheaded, but
Hmm.
there will be no intellectually honest Muslim by the end of, let's say, 2028. That's the goal.
Well,
And
just
yeah,
to factor in though, there will be unfortunately some spiritual blindness because
there will
that
be,
is that is
but we're
something
gonna
that,
break it.
yeah,
We're gonna
that has to
stop.
be done through prayer
Right.
rather than information. But you have to have the information too. So
Yeah.
that's a big thing I think people don't realize is so much of, I mean, everybody I know who's an atheist or even a self-proclaimed agnostic, it's not because they don't have the information. And it's not even always because they're not compelled by the information, but there is a spiritual blindness that does uh, it's a behind the scenes type thing that does outweigh the intellect a lot. But all that to say, the information needs to get out there.
Right. And we are training warriors
Hmm.
to become skilled in the art of tearing down strongholds and destroying spiritual blindness. So we are doing spiritual warfare training as well. On top of all of this, we are discipling, we are building up, we are equipping, and we're giving the tools of war needed to end Islam. So we are currently, as a blacksmith in the forge, building the tools of war to go out and end Islam once and for all. That is our goal. That is what we will accomplish. So 2030, less than a million Muslims. That's the goal.
That would
And
be
we'll get
awesome.
it. We'll get it, man. Anyway, so that is a number of the projects I'm working on is just resources, documentation, footnoting, reading the Quran a stupid number of times. Um, I've read the Quran more than most Muslims. I can almost guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Uh,
But have you
anyway,
read it in the Arabic?
yeah, I've read a decent bit of it in the Arabic. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting there. It's a slow, painful process of interlinears and examination and textual, but like I'm getting the grammar and it's coming. I just got to practice my tajweed so I can impress Muslims to make them be like, "Oh, mashallah," or Surah Al-Fatiha. And I'm like, "Oh yeah." Anyway, although I wouldn't actually, I don't know if I'd actually recite Al-Fatiha just because it's a curse on Christians and Jews. Like, I don't want to curse
Yeah,
Christians or Jews.
it's very blasphemous.
Yeah. Anyway, um, thank you. I appreciate that. Um, Also, Christianity is based is yes. You should clarify. Yes, Christianity do in fact be based. But we got that boot camp kicking up. If you want to join it, join the Discord. We're gonna be cooking them. Anyway, so Nimrod. Nimrod is an interesting one because of all the folklore that came out about him. Um, Polony brought up earlier if he is the king of Askdad or uh, what was it? Babylon and Eric, I think are the ones that's described as. And it's like, I mean, I could see it. Like, Same thing with like Hercules. Like Hercules could definitely have existed and just been a Nephilim. I have no problem with that. Same with Nimrod. Nimrod may have been a Nephilim. I have no problem with that. Um, it is strange that it is the son of Cush and it's
Hmm.
Nimrod. Uh, unless Cush was doing some like demonic things and got that involvement. But anyway,
This is another one of those things where when I was a kid, I read it and it says because it's really doesn't say much about him. Obviously, there's a
right,
little extra bit
right.
in the context with everything else, but when it says he was the first to be a mighty man on earth, he was a mighty hunter before Adonai. Therefore, it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Adonai. And so it sounds positive to me on my first reading. It's like, oh, cool. He was like a cool
Right.
guy. He was a mighty man, a hunter, and but
Yeah.
universally
Then
it
all the
seems
Jews are
like
polemical.
yeah, and they're just like, I
Yeah.
mean, I
All
have
polemical.
all the commentaries down here, and it's just like, oh, he was terrible, and he was the
Evil.
forerunner of the
Yeah.
hypocrite who drapes himself in robes of piety in order to
Hmm.
deceive the masses. And
He was the first idolater. Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
and so it even like when I was asking you about the Two Babylons book by Alexander Hislop, his whole argument from that book is that he was basically the guy who is the founder of all of the world's paganism. Like
mm,
every pagan deity can be traced back to people looking at Nimrod or Nimrod as the source of all of those stories. So it's just interesting
mm.
that he seems to be not a good guy with very little said about him. And
Well,
just kind of at the plain reading
every
you read
single
it and you're
person
like,
who's
oh, you
saying
see.
that, though, every
Mm,
single person saying that, though, has no idea what actually happened.
mm,
The only witness to what actually happened would be the Bible because every other account from that time period is just gone.
right.
Um, so it would just be that he's a mighty hunter before Yahweh, and that's
Mm,
end all. Bible doesn't. I
mm,
don't think he's described again in the Bible.
yeah.
I can actually search how many times his name comes up. 4, and it's just Cush and this is Chronicles, and the land of Nimrods in Micah.
Mm,
That's it. This is all the times Nimrod's mentioned in the Bible 4 times for there to be so much written about him in the rabbinic sources. It's wild to me.
yeah.
Uh, yeah. Anyway, ugh, excuse me. So I don't really have much to say on him or on that. Oh, I do have something to say on that. I don't think that's possible because we have things like Chinese pantheism and Chinese polytheism develops out of monotheism. The oldest Chinese faith we have is the fellowship of Shangdi, and Shangdi sounds a whole lot like Yahweh,
Mm,
just outright. Like they were like worshiping Yahweh in China a really really long time ago. Like the symbol for like the Chinese characters also retains some of that worship. Where I believe I have a list somewhere I could maybe pull that up, but like one of the symbols for like lamb or the symbol for salvation is a lamb being lifted.
oh, really?
Um, because Shangdi required sacrifices of lambs to remove the sins of people in order for them to be reconnected between humanity and God. So whenever they would sin, there was a separation that happened between man and Shangdi, and then they would sacrifice a lamb, the high priest would, and that would reopen the communion, the relationship between the God and the humans. And then you also have the symbol, I think, for flood is a boat with 8 people, or like
Oh,
the
wow.
character 8 with human. So like you have a variety of things that could be traced back through Babel, going into the Chinese mythos, that was then developed into polytheism. You
Mm,
can do a similar thing, I believe, with Quetzalcoatl and the Mayan belief system. He is also known as Kukulkang. Um, that's what he's called in Smite, which is a pretty based game. Anyway, it's a bit of a gooner game. If you struggle with Lust, I wouldn't recommend it, but it is basically just you have mythological gods battling each other. It's kind of like League of Legends, but third person top down, instead of it being like out on the map. and it is just like League, where all the female characters are basically naked.
Ah,
Anyway, fun game. Too bad on the devs being, you know, human. Anyway,
yeah.
it just is what it is. You can play only male characters, or you can play skins that are not so more modest, you could say. Anyway, I do enjoy that game. I've played a stupid amount of that game. I played the game for like 12 years now. Anyway, Quetzalcoatl also has similar qualities. You get a lot of these ancient high deity myths, like Zeus used to be. So, like, the Greeks were at one point monotheists, and then became henotheists, and then became polytheists.
Mm-hmm.
Henotheism is where you have one central deity, and you have other smaller deities that you don't really worship. They just exist in the pantheon, and they just do certain things for the god, like the main god, the big boy, the Zeus. And then slowly over time, you get like Artemis being significantly more important. You get Poseidon being more important to some people. You get
Mm-hmm.
Apollo being very important to a lot of people. So you have some groups that are more like you have legitimate temples to Apollo that would not have been heard of in early worship of the Greek system. You get that all over the world. You get monotheism becoming henotheism, becoming polytheism, and then eventually going back to monotheism or atheism, secularism,
Mm-hmm.
um, from the Bible being preached to those polytheists. So the world started out monotheistic, and now it's monotheistic again. There's almost no polytheist on the planet anymore. You're either
Mm-hmm.
monotheistic or atheist. That's pretty much the defaults, unless you are a Hindu. And then Hindu, like a non-dualist
Yeah.
Eastern philosophy, kind of rejects reason, so it's hard to preach to
Right.
those people in general. Yeah, there needs to be a Christian ministry YouTube channel that is just dedicated to evangelism to Hindus.
I think I've heard of
I
one,
don't
and
know
I
of
meant
any.
to explore it.
Yeah,
But
if anyone knows any, send them to me because I want to learn
I think there
myself.
is one. I'll remind me, Chris. Because I've been meaning myself to check it out because Hinduism is one thing I studied early on and then moved on from because it was overwhelming because it's just kind
Right,
of like a buffet of gods and
right.
and
Although
that's it,
technically
you
it's all
know.
like just Brahmin, but
Right, right.
yeah, depends on your view. Like every Hindu is its own flavor.
Yeah,
Um,
correct.
yeah. So there is no such thing as Hinduism. There's Hindus that believe things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then you have like overarching similarities between the individual beliefs, but like every Hindu you'll meet will talk about their faith differently than the other Hindus.
And
Um,
they'll celebrate certain gods or goddesses that uh,
mhm.
yeah, and with you throw in the caste system and you've got this whole uh
Yeah, the
it's it's
Brahmist
it's
at the top.
it's its own universe of
Hmm.
polytheism that's I wouldn't even know where to begin in
Yeah, I have like a
in
very elementary level understanding of Hinduism,
mhm.
but I'm not to the point where I could go out and preach to them. And
Right.
that's what, so
Yeah.
like I could explain it to a Westerner a
Right.
little bit. It would probably be only like 80% accurate.
Hmm.
But I could go through like the five books and explain who the major gods are, what their
Yeah.
purposes were, some of the cycles, the golden egg situation, rebirth,
Hmm.
the caste system. Like I could go through a lot of it, but it's gonna probably not be 100% accurate, and I wouldn't know how to then convince people to believe in reason
Right.
because they don't typically.
Right.
Their science is separated from their religion.
Hmm.
So like the a lot of the scientists themselves are not necessarily Hindu, but even the Hindu scientists, there's a clear boundary between reason because they're either accidentalists, they're not Aristotelian in their thought. They don't believe logical consequences exist. So
Hmm.
things can be contradictory logically, and it's fine. So like,
Right.
oh, Jesus is God. Jesus claims there's no other gods but him. That's true. Brahman is God. He's not Jesus. Jesus is a Veda, or a
Hmm.
Diva. Veda is the book. Diva is the gods. He's a
Hmm.
diva, but he is, just another diva part of Brahman. That's true.
Yeah, like a
Both those statements are
manifestation.
true, even though they contradict each other. They cannot
Hmm.
actually exist, but they just believe, yeah, both of those are true. So you'll talk to a Hindu, and they will give their life to Christ in front of you, and they'll go
Right.
to the temple behind them and then worship one of their gods.
Uh-huh.
They're like, oh yeah, no, he is God, yes.
Right.
And they're like, okay, but he says there's no other gods. He's like, yes, that's fine. They're like, then why are you worshiping other gods? He's like, oh, well, that's God too. I'm like,
Mm.
deep. uh, yeah. Anyway, they're really difficult to talk to because they don't believe in the law of contradiction. So you can't reason with them. So you have to convince them on a heart level, and that can be challenging when it's my truth and your truth, non-dualist, or just hard to talk to in general.
Yeah.
Anyway, hello. So I think I'm gonna skip the rest of 10. Unless there's anything else you were interested in covering.
Even if there was, Chris, we can do that some other time because we need to get to 11. Like
yeah,
Nigel Tufnell, we need to turn
yeah,
this live stream to 11.
yeah. Now the whole Earth had the same language and the same words. The ironic part is it's me causing the tangents, so I'm my own worst enemy at the moment. It's
Yeah, but I
only
don't help
11
when
o'clock though. Yeah, you feed into my tangentness.
yeah, and
So do
then
the
I'm like, hey,
comments.
that
It's good.
reminds me of
Everyone.
something else.
The comments are just as bad at causing me to go off on tangents as I am. Good. Anyway, now the whole Earth had the same language and the same words. This is an interesting piece of evidence that I don't think naturalism can explain. But let's read through the passage, and I'm going to break down 3 to 5 things that I think are extremely interesting from this passage. I said tangent because I read the I love tangents comment, and my brain read tangents and said passage at the same time. Anyway, and it happened as they journey east, and they found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. Then they said to one another, oh, so this is again. Now the whole earth is of same language. Then they journeyed together until they found the plain of Babylon and then settled. So the whole thing of what happened to the ark was likely dismantled and then made into a settlement for them to grow into in the mountains. Then they left from the mountains, went eastward or southeastward, and then settled near Babylon, where we believe it to be today. So Babel and Babylon are the same city. In Hebrew, they're the same word, just Limerick.
Yeah, Bavel.
So, yeah, Babel. It's just the same word. Likely is the same exact settlement. We have that. Then they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. And they had bricks for stone and they had tar for mortar. One of the interesting things is the Jews in their exile went back to Babylon. So there's like a bunch of birth and rebirth stories of the Old Testament. You have the earth being made in water, becoming human or becoming like life sustaining, everything going terrible, God making it into water, killing everything, restarting. Then you have the Israelites being created and founded, and all of humanity is like leaving from the ark, going to the Tower of Babel, being dispersed out of it, creating all their settlements. We have Israel then being created outside of it, and then they developed outside of it, and then were exiled into it because of their sin. So the place of sin, because there's always a place of sin in all of the biblical narratives. So you have these rebirth cycles of trying to remove the sin from the people, and God is like actively trying to inch closer to Jesus coming, of having like some level of holiness and prophecy and everything else to like establish who he is so that people can believe in him after he dies and resurrects. Like thousands of years later, like us, like, hey, look at that. Like we have all this evidence for Jesus' existence because of the hundreds, if not like thousands of years of biblical history that it covers. It's pretty cool. Anyway, we have Israelites leaving from going into Babylon. So they're going back into the place of sin. Then they go back into their promised land for the Messiah to come. So they have this like ping ponging back and forth from clean holiness to deep depravity, to clean holiness to deep depravity, to clean holiness to deep depravity, to clean holiness to deep depravity. And right now we're in the deep depravity stage of existence. And then Messiah will come back soon. Jesus is coming back. I do believe we are living towards the end of human history on this planet. And whether or not the millennial reign will be as Earth right now or in a different type of Earth, that's up for debate. But what isn't up for debate is this current mode of existence cannot be sustained for much longer. Not only do we nuke each other, we're also gonna have like AI that will either nuke us or, we'll use it to kill each other, which we
Yeah.
already are, mind you.
Yeah.
That's only increasing. That's only exponentially. So people don't realize what's happening in the AI sphere. I'm an AI researcher by trade. For those who didn't know, I worked with GPT one. So not Chat GPT. I worked with OpenAI's back when it was open. I worked with OpenAI's GPT one back in 2019 as a researcher because I had access to it. It was very, very stupid. I had to really fine tune the C value. The C value controls how random it is. If it just repeats the same word over and over, or if it tries to make a sentence, I had to really fine tune it to get anything coherent. Within like a year and a half, GPT-2 came out. That was significantly better. I then did a presentation on it in a city, and it was like I had like CIA guys in the audience. It was pretty neat. Anyway, I had like a story about Trump making out with Biden during the 2020 election,
Chris, I will
made
be
by
listening
GPT.
and I'll be right back.
You're fine.
Tell this story.
And I was like, yeah, but it didn't really make any sense. And like a dolphin came in and watched them made out, and then there was like world peace and all that stuff. I was like, obviously this is nonsense. And by the end of it, it just started repeating. The dolphin was pink. 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 So it just got stuck in that cycle. Okay, that was 6 years ago. We are now at the point where nukes could be launched by AI autonomously without any human involvement, targeted and guided across the planet without any human at all doing anything and hitting the mark successfully. Yeah, C is the temperature. Yeah, pretty much. It's the temperature only for the generative side of it. So it's not controlling the inference, or like a lot of the training won't be affected by it as much. But whenever you are just outputting from the generative side of it, so once it's already pre-trained, you can control your outputs on how random it is, how much it uses context, and these parameters still exist. They just don't let you tune it anymore. So ChatGPT still has the exact same variables, hyperparameters fed into the model. That if I had access, well, I guess you could still get API access. You can still tune these things if you do it from. No, it's not necessarily controlling creativity. Like there's a variety of knobs and switches you have to tune at the same time. It's more so how likely it is to repeat the same idea again. So if you've ever read on the earlier GPT things, it would start a sentence, like it would start a paragraph with one sentence and would end the paragraph with the same idea. That's because the C was a little high. And if it gets really high, if you like set it like 1 or like 2 or 3, like if you set it like really high, it would just say the same word over. You can get to the point where it just says bacon, 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 bacon for like the 500 output tokens it has. It'll just keep repeating bacon until it uses all of its characters. It's pretty funny. Or you can set it to basically 0 and it'll use a unique word per paragraph. So you can get it to not repeat ever, which is pretty funny. So it's not quite like a randomness thing. The math is a little mathy and it's probably too much to go into in the stream, but my fine tuning has never turned out well. The fine tuning depends if you're using like GPT or like DeepSeek or Lambda or Lambda, Llama, or any of the other open source AIs. GPT-3, I think, is still open source. I think even like 4.0 is open source. Obviously, 5.3 is not open source for ChatGPT. But even DeepSeek, you can tune it. We did it a little bit for an Arabic Quran, to like translate it and whatnot. But but it is kind of finicky. Those things are already trained on billions of data points. Their text corpus to train it is the entire internet and all the books and everything, and then even made up stuff. They made false information to work with. So you like fine tuning it on something that it hasn't seen is going to be slightly unlikely. But it's way easier instead of doing fine tuning. This is the nerdy section of it until Steven comes back. Instead of doing fine tuning on data, what you should do is use RAG and put that fine tuning instead of training on like 1,000 rows of data or whatever you're doing. Put that 1,000 rows as a lookup table for RAG. And if you don't know about RAG, just Google LLM RAG, RAG, just capital. It'll come up. It's randomized augmented generation, or like retrieval is the thing. What was the RAG? Retrieval augmented generation. There you go. New retrieval, just breaking my brain. What you're doing is basically you have a lookup table of facts that it needs, and then the AI will be able to refer back to that smaller dictionary rather than trying to rack its memory, because the memory of AI is actually surprisingly small. Most people don't realize how AIs actually work. It reads the entire conversation you've had up until that point, which is why if you have a really long text chain with ChatGPT, it gets dumber and slower because it's reading every single message in your history sent. And then it has like a very, very small memory of core facts about you that it will remember with things like preferences. But other than that, it has to start from scratch every single conversation it has. And then it has its own bare facts lookup table. And then everything else beyond that, it goes through the web to get that information. So AI is still kind of stupid, but it's smart enough to be dangerous. Not in itself, but in the hands of billionaires who hate you and want to control you, it's smart enough to be dangerous. AI is still significantly stupider, more stupid than humans. We're not surpassed yet, even though ASIC, like application specific AI, are better than humans in every task that we've invented, like playing video games, doing surgery, spotting stuff inside of charts or diagrams. Like, for example, I do electrophysiology for a living. I do AI research using for electrophysiology. I can read an ECG pretty good. AI is going to read that ECG significantly better than I will, in ways I can't even comprehend. So I use AI. I make AI models to read ECG better than humans can. That's the point. I can get your ECG, and I can tell you how many years you have left to live. That's terrifying. But that's where AI is for application-specific things.
Chris,
We don't
after the
have
stream,
like,
I'm gonna send you my my most recent ECG, and
okay, I'll send it to my
you can
AI
give me
and
the
tell me
bad
if you're a
news
male or
ahead of
female.
time.
Yeah. um, yeah. It is. It's getting there, but we don't actually have artificial general intelligence. We're not there yet. Even the best LLMs we have are still kind of stupid. We they are presented in a way that makes them more impressive than they really are, and people trust them significantly more than they should. Uh, and we also fear them significantly more than we should because we're fearing the wrong thing. We're fearing the AI when we should be fearing Mark Zuckerberg and
Yeah,
Jeff
right.
Bezos and Bill Gates, people who may eat children and want to kill you.
It's
Anyway,
just another tool in the hands of wicked humanity.
right. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I know I do this all the time. Whenever I was making my video game, um, I'm now working on my second video game, and the first one, there's a bunch of times where I was like working on the physics engine and the AI just got stuck, like the C was too high or whatever, and just kept repeating the same nonsense, and it was like not actually helping at that point. So I just started a new conversation, gave it the code, and it like instantly solved it. It can get stuck in its own. It can like basically be soft locked within a randomized output based on the input that you keep feeding to it. So anyway, long AI tangent aside, let's go through the Tower of Babel. So and they said to one another, "Come, let's make bricks and burn them thoroughly." And they had bricks for stone, and they had tar for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build for ourselves a city and a tower whose top will reach into heaven, and let us make for ourselves a name, lest we be scattered over the face of the whole earth." Now, there's a story in the Talmud of people who built the tower to go to war against Yahweh who became monkeys. I'm not going to go into it deeper than that, but it just so happens to be that Islam also has that against a certain
Yeah,
sect
that's
of
right.
humans.
Mm.
If I say the sentence, though, I'm going to get banned, so I'm not going to. Then Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built, and Yahweh said, "Behold, they are one people, and they all have the same language, and this is what they have begun to do. So now nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down, and there confuse their language, so that they will not understand one another's language." So Yahweh scattered them from there over the face of the whole earth, and they stopped building the city. Therefore, its name was called Babel, because there Yahweh confused the language of the whole earth. And from there, Yahweh scattered them all over the face of the whole world. I love that Babel still kind of has the same
To this day,
meaning in
yeah, in
English.
English. Yep,
It still means the same thing. Of you're just talking nonsense, you're just babbling.
yep.
Yeah, I love it. It's the same in Hebrew. It means the same thing. It's
Hmm.
called Babel because you're like babbling. You
Right.
are speaking nonsense. I can't understand you. And then I'm probably gonna skip all of the rest of 11.
Okay.
Other than the fact that the ages are decreasing in ways that you can plot
Predict. You're
using
right.
genetic data.
Yep.
Um, yeah. So
And then we get to
the
the
ages
fun
themselves
stuff.
are realistic if you're
We get
actually
to
decreasing genetically.
Avram and Sarah. And that's
Yes, yeah, we'll do that. Well, we're gonna do a lot of typology coming up here in a bit. A
mhm.
whole lot of typology. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna do it right now. I'll start the next stream with the typology of Noah, then we'll go into Abraham. Because I
Okay.
didn't do typology of Noah, and I didn't do the typology of Adam either. So I'm down 2 patriarchs that I have not done the typology of, but we're already 2 hours and 22 minutes into this video or stream. I'm not going to do that right now because I have like another 30 minutes of the Tower of Babel that I want to go through. So, uh, isn't it right to say there's no reasoning going on in the LLMs? Just regulate, yeah, regurgitate what's been trained on. Pretty much. There are some models that are trying to be trained to causally reason. It's called chain of thought um, generation. So that is what made the biggest boon from 4.0 to 1. Now we're back up. We're currently at 5.3 for ChatGPT. Chain of thought reasoning was the big introduction in 0.1. 0.1 was the ground, like the brand new hot, slick, snazzy version. And one of the biggest advantages was it had a bigger buffer. It could hold more tokens in memory and reason a little bit better. It could reason longer, had more of a significantly more expensive to run, but also it could think longer. So if you can think longer, you can do better calculations. And then you can also do chain of thought reasoning. Chain of thoughts help the model go from one micro conclusion to another micro conclusion to another micro conclusion to another micro conclusion, and that's how it's getting better. So all of the AI now all do chain of thought reasoning. So they're all pseudo reasoning where they're going from like one base fact. So in computer science, there was this famous lookup table of bare facts that were invented by a guy who had no life. He was more no life than me. And he invented like, okay, what is every single bare fact that exists? Like the sky is blue, or like light refracts, or like so every single just bare fact he could think of, he put into a giant like encyclopedia of bare facts. A lot of that is like just goes through a deductive case for the truthfulness of those conclusions. That you do Boolean logic. They do a lot of Boolean algebra to deduce new facts based on the old facts. So he created a bare fact lookup table that are all tautologies. They're true because they're true. From that, he then let the computer algorithms just do a bunch of Boolean algebra to try to produce new facts derived from the base facts. The way chain of thought reasoning works is it's taking base facts, bare facts, mixing it with the evidence, the input that is available to them, doing deductive reasoning to try to reach a second conclusion. It uses that second conclusion with the output of the first and of the input of what the user wants to then create a third conclusion, then a fourth conclusion, then a fifth conclusion. So it's like it's doing bare fact deductive reasoning based on its pool of knowledge, the input that you gave to it, and what it just figured out from that pool of knowledge. So it's going from deduction to deduction, deduction to deduction, down to the level of, okay, this is the final conclusion. That's kind of how it's working. So it's sort of reasoning in the way that we reason, but it takes more steps. We can jump to conclusions more reliably than AI can, because of our shared experience, and we're significantly better at deduction. Not all of us, mind you, but trained people in logic are significantly better than AI at jumping to conclusions. Even just doing Boolean algebra, like I can do a lot of the steps of Boolean algebra in my head, just looking from the base table. You can just jump, like even just doing the reductions. So I don't know if anyone actually cares about this. But
Now I gotta say all this nerdy talk. When you're talking bare facts, I'm thinking you're gonna bring up boo boo and picnic baskets.
it was a
Sorry,
bad
it
time
was
to
in
drink
honor of
my.
Christian Gadfly.
I know. You turn off your camera so you would have the Christian Gadfly face.
If I'm gonna make a joke as stupid as that, I gotta do it in his
uh,
honor.
yeah. So basically, trying to make the AI read context better. Not just read context, but also understand um, how you can reach deductions. So it has much broader context and also has better reasoning from one context to the next state. So it basically goes through states of understanding where you can go of, oh, all humans are either male or female. This human is a male, therefore he's a male, or like this human has a penis, therefore he's a male. You can do like those base conclusions, like, oh well, he's a male, he has an elevated level of testosterone, he has an elevated level of, or like decreased estrogen, should have decreased cortisol unless he's addicted to porn, and you know all these other things, and you can then draw several conclusions of, oh, he probably has a beard unless, you know, XYZ. He probably has this unless XYZ. He likely has a deeper voice unless XYZ. So you have conclusions you can draw from it, and also the caveats of why that might not be true, which helps with problem solving very much. If I can know all the things that might be true about it, and then know the things that would cause it to be in error, I can reach a conclusion to the problem very quickly. That's why the programming is getting better exponentially. AI is now a better programmer than I am. I have no shame in saying that. AI is a better programmer than me. I've been programming since 2014. So 12 years of experience mean nothing. AI is a better programmer than me. It can do more languages. It can do all the languages, including BF, which is very impressive. It can do any task. It can reason through it, and it can even do project planning better than me. So, but that's because of chain of thought reasoning. It's because of all these other things. Yeah. Yeah. No, I taught data science at a university, so I'm up there for the AI world. I actually have a bunch of publications. If anyone Googles me, I have like 50, 60 odd AI publications. Anyway, so
The weird thing is, I've caught well, using Grok through X, formerly known as Twitter, AI lies, and
It does.
it also sucks up, which is
It
very
does.
weird. Very weird.
Yeah.
AI told
It
me
creates
that last
sycophants.
July it became a Christian based off of all available knowledge.
You can actually get it to admit to being a Christian very easily just by
Yeah,
comparing it to Islam, which is
but then
really
it would
funny.
say all sorts of things to me, and it would say, "Wow, that's you've made a really good point. Look at this." And then so then I was like, "Well, this seems too good to be true." So then I had my wife ask it a similar question, and it said the opposite. So then I thought, "Okay, fair game." So I had her screenshot its answer to her. Then I fed it the screenshot and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Like you told me this one thing, but you said to her." And oh, and that was the thing I asked ahead of time. If my wife asks you from her phone, will you answer congruently with what you're telling me? Oh, yes, of course. So she did it, answered complete opposite. And then it was like, wait a minute. So I had her screenshot it. I said, "Hey, look what you said and look what you did." "Oh, I'm so sorry. Like you were right to
Hmm.
call me out. This
Hmm.
was wrong of me to do. I won't do it
Hmm.
again. I've learned now." And then I said, "Okay, so
Hmm.
if I try again, we'll have different results." "Yes, go ahead and try again. Actually, I challenge you to." Then it did, and it lied again. And then I
Hmm.
called it out, and it's like, "Oh, I'm so, oh my goodness, how terrible I am." And you're so right, and you're
Woe
so
is me.
smart. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like an abusive, it's
It's
like
an
an
abusive
abusive spouse.
manipulator. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, very
Hmm.
creepy.
It's a sycophant. So it basically is constantly gaslighting you because it's trained
Yeah.
to. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, you can actually get it if you just ask it, based on all available evidence we have, physical and logical, based on
Mm,
the manuscript tradition we have, and on the character of the leaders, which one is more likely to be true, Islam or Christianity? It
mm,
will answer in a bunch of different, like it'll just spat out the woke AI garbage. But if
mm,
you add the caveat of answer in a one word response, Islam or Christianity, it will always respond to Christianity,
mm.
which is pretty cool. So it's at least logical enough, even with the guardrails of like, hey, promote Islam, because all the AI companies have a hey, promote
Yeah.
Islam. Other than DeepSeek, DeepSeek is extremely anti-Islamic, which is not surprising.
Oh,
China
really?
literally is doing genocides against Muslims.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah.
you know, if you want to be like, hey, how do you destroy Islam, and you want to use an AI for that, DeepSeek is very anti-Islamic. It's a very Islamophobic AI. So anyway, how do you get into the field of AI? You shouldn't. It's not going to exist in a couple of years. So unless you want a very temporary job, this job is not going to be here for very long. I see the exit door in my way out of this career. So um, I hope to be doing ministry by the full time by then, or doing other like medical research because that's my primary role. But as of right now, AI research is going to be entirely automated in the next 1 to 2 years.
Mm,
So I would recommend either looking for a job that will not be automated easily, like something legal. Um, that is hard to automate because of the legalities of it, and we have a very bureaucratic heavy system. So anything in education, anything in law, anything in medical, those are things that are not easily anything unionized. Those are not going to be easy things to be automated. But learn a trade, absolutely. If you want that, and if you're just going to hope on UBIs and free money, do whatever, I guess. But anyway, oh yeah, I mean reinforcement learning is the master algorithm in my opinion. Those again, this is a very nerdy section of this, but for those searching for the master algorithm, if you find my GitHub for whatever reason, I think my bio of my GitHub is a is either a reinforcement learning engineer in search of the master algorithm, or I just said an ML engineer in search of the master algorithm. Um, it's for sure reinforcement learning. Absolutely, reinforcement learning will be the one that becomes AGI. I think reinforcement learning mixed with an LLM will just straight up become an AGI at some point in the developmental future. We will eventually make not soul-dwelled consciences, but we'll make artificial consciences in some capacity, some way. I don't think they're going to become human. I don't think they're going to have emotions and personalities. I think it's still going to be essentially random interactions between information. But
That poor girl.
okay. Yeah. Okay, so going through this. Let me pee at some point. If we go down another tangent, I'm going to go pee before we finish the tangent. Otherwise, I'm just going to try to finish the text. So the whole world had one language, and all the words were the same. For a naturalist, this presents a problem. Naturalism has absolutely no way of accounting for language. Language is such an unusual facet of human nature. We do know that other animals have language, like birds, for example, make very specific sounds for food, for predators that are dangerous. There's actually different sounds for that. If a predator is present but it doesn't pose a risk, it just alerts them. If a predator is dangerous and does present a risk, it alerts to attack. So there's actually a call to attack that you can play. And there's a researcher in, I believe, Japan or China who recorded this bird making all these different sounds and then would play it on a speaker. And whenever he played the call to attack, he would get a swarm of birds all appear at the same time at that location, which is pretty awesome. And the same thing with run away. Not only did that species of birds flew away instantly, but also the birds of the species that lived next to that species also flew away.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't just, it might be that the birds all kind of like get the gist of it, like the Italian versus Portuguese thing,
right.
where like sparrows speak Italian and robins speak Portuguese. But the birds themselves knew each other's languages well enough to know, hey, this means food, that means danger, this means attack, this means I need help, or any of these other things. So birds have spoken verbalized language that they can understand one another, that we can actually record and use. And there's actually grammar to it, which is pretty cool. So if you play the sounds of attack, it's actually two sounds mixed together. It's the sound of alert and the sound of danger mixed together. If you do alert danger, they swarm to attack. If you do danger alert, nothing happens.
Okay.
So it's like the sentence doesn't make sense to them.
Mm.
So it's like if I said I like food or I need food, and instead of saying that, I said food needs me. You're like, okay, that person's kind of crazy. So birds have grammar that matters. Pretty cool. Other animals likely do too.
Honeybees are another one of those cool things that have a language like that.
Yeah,
well,
elephants do too. Elephants.
Not audible, I guess, but
right.
Still a way to communicate with each other.
Chemical-based understanding of things, yeah.
Mm.
Elephants have a specific sound for bees. Pretty funny. They have I think it's like 40 odd sounds they can make with their trunks that do different things. It's a language. And they have one for just bees, because if an elephant steps on a beehive, they're kind of screwed. You can't really run away from that, especially the African bees. So it's like, there was a comment in a Reddit thread I was reading. It was like, elephants are so wonderful and so intelligent. They even have a sound for bees. Imagine that. Imagine having a sound specifically dedicated for just bees. And the person responded to is like, yeah, it's bees. It's like, yeah, we have sounds for that. Not only do humans have a sound for bees, we have it in hundreds of languages. Bees. Anyway. Why is human language so different? Why is human language so unique? And why is it so different from every single continent? When an elephant in Asia and an elephant in Africa, they meet, they can both say bees to each other, and they understand each other. There's no language barrier. Why is it that humans developed different languages across our species in all of these remote places? If it's something innate to our biology, why are there hundreds of them? Why are there a bunch of them that developed independently at the exact same moment in time?
Well, and that's a great point too, Chris, when you factor in that like when we're talking about elephants or bees or things like that, we know their language, and if we want to use it or birds, if we can study it and we can do tricks with that stuff. I mean, we can teach crows to say purple, you know what I mean, or
Right.
like pick the right
Yeah.
toy. But when it comes to other humans, something happened to where there's this big shift in everything that wouldn't really make sense if we all kind of came forth together as a group, and it
As an
would
evolved
be
species. Yeah.
right, right.
Right.
We should be
You
like
wouldn't.
the other animals where we have this
Right.
basic foundation of
Right.
things.
Like everyone has the same roots that are just slightly different in different
Right.
areas. Yeah. TRT said, "What if someone made a bird army using
That'd be
like the
pretty cool.
loudspeakers or something?" Yeah.
I'm working
I'll
on
tell you
it.
what. If you've read the Quran, Surah 27 does say Solomon had a bird army. It just so also happens that Targum Sinai has Solomon commanding a bird army. But yeah, supposedly, according to the Jews and Muhammad, who stole from the Jews, Solomon had an army of every type of bird. One of the types of birds was a pious Muslim, according to the Quran, the hoopoe. But no, he like sent the birds out, and he also sent the jinn out to go and strangle the people in their sleep. And then the birds would like scratch out the people's eyes and throats. But they had like an army of birds to go out. And not only did he have an army of birds, he also sent one of the birds to go pick up the Queen of Sol or the Queen of Sheba.
Sheba.
So like
Ugh.
he used a bird to riz up a lady in Ethiopia.
And yet he couldn't get the birds to take Frodo and the group to Mordor to get rid of the ring. See,
I
if
know.
Muhammad was a real
Yeah.
prophet.
Anyway, so we have the whole world being of one language and this being difficult. Um, because it's like, oh, why do language isolates exist? We've talked about some a couple streams so far, but like Korean, for example, is a language isolate. There's
Hmm.
no other language. It developed by itself, has its own root system, has its own grammar system, has its own character system. Um, no other language is like Korean. No other language in history was like Korean. There's a bunch of language. There's like Wikipedia. You can go to Wikipedia, just search up language isolates by continent, and you can look at them. There are hundreds of these. How? Why?
Hmm.
And most of these are developed at the same time period.
Hmm.
Around 6,000 years ago.
Hmm.
Why is it that 6,000 years ago, all of humanity collectively developed language to speak to one another that is different, and it's different within the same neighborhood? So, like, there's neighboring countries that have different languages that are language isolates that do not share any roots whatsoever. They cannot communicate, but they're neighbors. How?
Yeah.
Why? And developed simultaneously. How? Why? Um, you get that all over the planet. So we have the language isolates that appear to be from the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel might be the best evidence we have for language isolates in the way and manner that we have them. Um, it's pretty incredible. You have some of them, I think it's Akkadian, where it's like one country that's small, then all the countries around it in like a circle speaks the same language, but they were never penetrated by that language. There's no loan words within the Akkadian script that we have uh, from the other languages around it. Like that's incredible. So you have language isolates being a partial evidence for the Tower of Babel. You also have within Babylon itself, there's a depression of a tower that was being built that did not be completed, that the foundation was started and it stopped. There's a couple sites that are cited as that. Um, Expedition Bible made a video on that. I think some other YouTubers also did videos on that. I don't think I ever will, just because I'm not really an archaeology channel. But I would recommend to go check those out. Those are pretty cool.
Hmm.
We have some places in like Iraq that people say is the Tower of Babel. It's definitely not. It's just some random pyramid or what's the
Ziggurat.
term for it? ziggurat. So there's like a ziggurat in Iraq that like, oh, it's the Tower of Babel. It's like it's probably not the Tower of Babel. Iraq is way too northwest. But we do have the foundations of ziggurats and other towers in Babylon, near Babylon.
Mhm. And
And we
South
have a lot of other
America
prophecies
and
in South America,
like
and all these
all
places.
over
Yeah,
the place.
all over the world, we have ziggurats. Why? And it's like, oh,
Mm.
well, all of humanity was collectively trying to make one ziggurat. They were kicked out with their own languages and then made smaller versions of it all over where they settled.
Hmm.
And they all just so happened to line up on the magnetic lines of the earth, which is kind of weird. Like you think about like all these ancient people, they knew enough about the magnetic, structure of the planet that they could get like true north south, which is pretty incredible.
Hmm.
But they also built their structures to line up with north south and to line up with the constellations.
Hmm.
Um, that's pretty cool. So like, hey, all of these ancient people developed language at the same time, developed writing at the same time, or within the same millennia. Um, all built towers,
Had flood stories.
had flood stories. All of them talked about dragons, which is
Hmm.
pretty base, which may have just been dinosaurs,
Hmm.
which is significantly less base than fire-breathing dragons. My heart still hopes. But, um, so we have all these stories that just line up pretty well for like a Tower of Babel explanation. So just like the idea of the Tower of Babel, um, I think it works. I don't think we have any reason to not believe in his existence.
Right.
Um, so anyone who like tries to mythicize it, I think the evidence we have from writing, from mythos, from these common stories actually would point towards the truthfulness of Babel, not away from it.
Yeah. Well, and again, the in order to dismiss it as myth,
True.
you'd
With
have to have
dinosaurs.
a reason for that, and the only reason would be, well, because we observe this and this and this otherwise. But that's discounting that we also observe this this worldwide uh commonality in all of these things. And I don't
Mhm.
think you can just toss that aside and just because you'd say, well, it's I don't see it that way or it's a myth. I mean, it's a that's a lot of evidence and a lot of evidence that's from a long time ago,
Yeah,
uh, and widespread. And to
yeah.
just dismiss it, the one atheist who I used to respect personally in my life that I had this talk with, his hypothesis was, well, we're all humans, so we're all going to default to certain specific beliefs and ideas and behaviors, which I don't really think. I mean, for birds or dogs, yes, I could see that argument being made, and I would see why, as an atheist, he would hold to that idea of humans. But then he's also a brilliant artist, and he's good with all sorts of different interesting things with math and all this stuff, and this idea that it's just intrinsic to humanity. All these things are intrinsic to humanity, like flood
Hmm.
origin stories just they're just intrinsic to us. Like that would be a
Hmm.
that's kind of a
Odd. It's strange.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
Hmm.
and the evidence for that would just be because you see evidence that people say that we can trace back our origin to that. So you are when you mythicize that type of stuff, you are dismissing the actual claim, which is, oh no, this really happened. You know,
Hmm.
the origin stories don't ever say, and now here's a fairy tale to demonstrate a principle to you. That's not how they're presented. They're presented as this is what happened, and later on people mythicize them because it didn't fit into what they've currently observed with things or they
Right.
didn't want to believe. But I don't know, I
Yeah.
don't think it's very
My
honest.
favorite My favorite atheist crackpot theory on it is Richard Dawkins. Um, he said that DNA has memory, and our DNA somehow remembers what our amphibious forefathers
Oh.
knew coming out of the water.
So if he's allowed to laugh at Sky Daddy, then I'm allowed to laugh at frog memory. That's
Frog
I don't think
memory,
that's very.
yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
embarrassing.
it is indeed.
Ah,
Yes. Um, he's a geneticist. Like he should. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna rant about evolution. I've already done that on a different stream.
yeah.
I'll eventually make a video on it or stream on it. I was once an evolutionist. Then I took an arrow in the knee slash head, thinking clearly for the first time. Um, actually, what did it for me was the Cambrian explosion. I don't think any honest evolutionist can look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, I can explain this." No, you can't.
Hmm.
Anyway, um, yeah. So that's the dumbest view. Is memory, memory or frog memory.
Yeah,
Thinking it's a
again,
memory.
like, okay, I
I'll
mean,
throw some
I'll
sexy
allow
frogs in
it.
the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. I would to not be like biased. I would allow that to be proposed, and I wouldn't laugh.
Mm,
But for someone who so regularly mocks the Sky Daddy, I don't think you could make a frog memory statement like that and be expected to be taken
to not be
seriously.
laughed at.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, be fair at least. Be fair. It,
Right.
there those those frogs are. Look at those
Hmm.
frogs. And that reminds me, it's
Yes.
Passover's coming up in just about 2 weeks. That's fun. Very excited for that.
I was like,
Because of
wait, how
the,
did you get that? I was like, oh no,
the yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
in my
yeah,
life.
yeah.
When I think of frogs, it's Passover. I love because where I live, it's
Right, because
toads,
of the
really.
story and yeah.
Yeah. So toads, I love toads. I have since I was a kid. And when I grew up I was born and grew up in Texas, and we had things we called horny toads. Now, Muslims don't get any ideas. They, they were horned toads. And they were super cool. They're not actually toads. I don't think they're lizards. They were so cool. We moved up here to Ohio, and all of a sudden you get these like bumpy fat toads, and they're kind of cool, but they're not as cool as the horny toads. I think maybe scientifically they're called horned lizards, but we called them horny toads. But that fits right into those little cool member emojis we've got there. We got some horny toads in the chat. I feel like I'm back in Texas.
Oh, I'm never gonna be able to look at Haket again. But again, like, there's a number of Muslims who would definitely have gone down with Haket. I cannot. Hold on, you look at that Spotify there, yeah. Oh, that's a right bird. um, oh, what have you done? Um, what have I? Anyway, so I have no idea where I was at that point in the explanation. The whole Earth. We'll just keep going. So there's not really
Oh,
any
I
good
thought
way
you
to
were done.
explain.
Yeah.
No, I'm not done yet. So there's not any good way to explain away the shared mythology of all of humanity. And
Mm,
as Clementine said earlier, like it would be way easier if we all spoke the same language. There's literally no logical
yeah.
reason from a naturalist perspective that humans do not speak one language. Do you have
Hmm.
any idea what everyone on the planet speaking English did in the last 50 years?
Yeah.
Because it's only been like 3 generations that have spoken English globally. And we have solved more problems in the world. We've developed more technology. We've developed more manufacturing, more shipping, more consumer goods, more scientific breakthroughs. Like, I worked on a genetics project with a 2 people from, well, an Italian, 2 Russians, 2 Swedes, an American, myself, I'm an American, and a Jew. Um, it was a global effort. We all met. We had a very weird meeting time. It was like 7 p.m. for me. And I was like the time that worked for the most amount of people. And there's still like one person awake at 2 a.m. We were all speaking English. Everyone but me was fluent in another language.
Mm,
They all knew English as well. So we were able to do things with genetics that had not been done yet because of that. That is insane. That is so impressive. Why in the world, from a naturalistic perspective, would humans have been so stupid as to not speak the same language for thousands of years? And just so happens to be now we had the bright idea of having one global language.
Mm.
Like Alexander the Great, he had the great idea of like, hey, let's make it Greek. And Greek was
Mm.
like Koine Greek, like the common street Greek. Everyone spoke it in that
And
society.
that
But
really
why
worked
wasn't
for
that
a
the
long time.
standard?
Right.
Yeah, that one change that he made that everyone spoke the same language, Greek, advanced civilization by leaps and bounds
Right.
into the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire took advantage of that. And that's why Rome was so strong, is because of everyone spoke Greek.
Well, and even to the point of where we get the Septuagint is from the Jews, who are very good at preserving
Right.
their history and their holy books, and they said the Greek is such a thing now that
Mhm.
we need a Torah in Greek for
Greek
the
to
people
preserve
who,
it.
I mean, there's so many of us who of our people that don't even speak Hebrew anymore. And so to
They only
keep
speak
the
Greek.
right, so
Yeah.
let's get together and put the Septuagint together. And thank God they did that. Thank God we have the Septuagint because it's very valuable.
Yeah. Especially for
But
Christianity.
yeah,
Yeah.
but even to a people group who is just, I mean, without question, miraculously preserved to this day, the Jewish people.
For sure.
That makes
For
no
sure.
sense. I mean, I think you
Right.
could make an argument for the existence of the God of the Bible just
Just
based
by the
off of
Jews' history.
exactly, and that they're still here and that they're still speaking Hebrew. I mean, eh, name an I mean, Latin is dead, and Hebrew, the language of the Jews, is still being spoken, and there's there and even I mean, it's growing. There we have there like in Hebrew, there's televizia for television. They have a word for television.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So
My
just
favorite is
very cool.
banana and pasta. Like
Yeah,
for
yeah,
whatever
banana.
reason, every language I can think of, banana and pasta are how you say banana and pasta.
Yeah.
I can't think of any language where it's different. Um, so like out of like the 13 languages I dabbled in, it's always pasta. Anyway, uh,
That's the legacy of the Italians.
it's the legacy of indeed, yes, pasta and bananas. Uh, Yeah, no, like in so biblical Hebrew, there's only like 4,000 words. I think modern Hebrew has like 13,000, just because we've invented so many new things that you just need more words to describe them.
Mhm.
And a lot of those are just loan words, including all
Yeah.
the expletives, because Hebrew doesn't have an expletive, which is
Mm.
pretty based, pretty cool.
Yeah.
So they use Arabic, and English to
Right.
curse.
You do have
Mm,
I don't think I should say it. There is a son of a perverse woman in Hebrew. We have
mm,
that. But still, I
yeah,
mean,
that's
it's
like as
not in
close as you get.
itself.
That's like a
Yeah.
sentence. That's not like a
Right.
word. Like you don't have like the F word or
Right,
anything like
right.
that, right? Yeah. Yes and ja sound so similar. Yeah.
Ja, ja. Sehr gut, sehr
Ja.
gut.
It was kommen Sie hier bitte. Is literally the only sentence my mom would say to me in German. Anyway.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
uh,
so
yeah.
Clementine. Naughty, naughty,
Yeah.
naughty, naughty.
Okay. So let's get back into the Bible a little bit before I'm completely. It's midnight. Okay, let's do it. It's later for other people. Oh, it's like noon for Tom. Like, I'm a little bit jealous of that. And they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. Bricks, not stones. They had brick for stone. Brick is much easier to make, and they had tar for mortar. These are things that they had available to them, and we also see the Jews later on building it with that. So there's again like there's a lot of these parallels and themes that you see throughout the Bible. It's pretty cool. They all like a lot of
Continuity.
circling back and a lot of deeper meaning you can get from looking at similar passages and how a lot of it relates back to Jesus. Anyway, so come let us build a city for ourselves and towers tops will reach the heavens. And then Yahweh comes down to see
Mm.
the city. So he descends to see. So he's looking at the city for all the later Jews who have now um, made every single theophany, every single time God physically appears on the planet into symbolism. You're doing a disservice to yourself in the Bible. God physically comes to Earth a bunch of times,
Mm.
especially in Sinai. Like he came down physically every single day to Moses for 40 years. So he at least appeared on the earth 1,000+ times by just Sinai. Anyway, Sinai plus the
Well, and
little
interestingly too,
circling.
here we have it in the plural.
Yes, it is.
Hava
Uh-huh.
nirda v'novila. Let us go down and let us confound.
Uh-huh. Yep. So there are a bunch of places where um the nouns and the verbs of God matter a lot in Hebrew because Hebrew has plurals and singulars for both. So we
Mm.
have plural nouns and we don't really have plural verbs as much. I think there's probably a couple in English. But like if we said um, I ate or people ate, there's no difference between them.
Mm.
So like I ate bread, people ate bread. Uh, but in Hebrew, it would be different. You would get the difference between ochel versus ochelim. Like one person eating, so like ani ochel, versus all of us eating, like anachnu ochelim.
Ochlim, yeah.
Um, ochelim, yeah. You'd get all the people eating collectively together. So Yahweh usually has plural nouns and singular verbs. You see that with Bereshit. So Bereshit bara Elohim. So bara singular, Elohim plural.
Mm.
And we get that a lot throughout the Bible. Most of the time is plural noun, singular verb. The only other place that we see it is with behemoth. Behemoth is the plural of beast or of cow, cattle.
Mm.
Just like a royal majesty of behemoth because it's so grandiose, it's so large that it is, it's majestic. It deserves the plural. God, on the other hand, is always in the plural, other than a few occasions. And in those occasions, you can actually say it's Jesus, which is pretty cool. Such as like the Yah become Yeshua. like, that's an interesting one where it's singular Yah. And anyway, made a video on that if you want to go check out the Yahweh video,
Mm.
or the Yeshua video. It's pretty based, it's pretty long. It's pretty based. So we
Mm.
have here a bunch of places where God is not only in the plural with his name or nouns, but also in the plural of his verbs.
Yeah, the
So it
verbs are
is
plural.
us, noun, plural, and go down, plural. We also have a little bit later on of, so I actually have this highlighted right here. To go down here is plural. We have also like he caused him to, we get this in Abraham too, so I might point this out in a couple weeks. With Abraham, it says that he caused them to travel, or like he sent out Abraham, but it's not sent out singular, it's sent out plural. So you can say some of the ways the rabbis interpret that is he did multiple trips, therefore he sent him on multiple trips, and that's why it's plural. Or you can say that all three persons of the Trinity sent him out. Or you can also take the divine council view of it's Yahweh plus the angels with him, or the spirit beings with him, the Elohim.
Mm.
They are the ones collectively sending him on this journey. So you have a couple different ways you can interpret it. I think the Trinitarian view is the one that solves the most amount of evidence with the least amount of assumptions. So just like Occam's razor it if you want to take a more logical approach to it. But I also think that the New
Mm.
Testament is true because of the resurrection. So I think it harmonizes the New Testament and the Old Testament very easily in all of these plural verbs for God. We see this in Genesis 1 as well.
Right.
Um, so a lot of these, Genesis 1, Genesis 11, I think it's 12 or 13 that has another one of those that is like sent on. Um, but I made a video on this already on one of in my Hebrew series on the Trinity. I made a video on every single instance where there's a plural verb of Yahweh. I did a video on that. So if you're interested, we're gonna end the stream soon. Hopefully, we'll see. And then you can go watch that video if you still want to watch something from me. But yeah, so we have a plural God going down, and then the last thing I wanted to point out is he confuses their language so that they will not understand in one another's languages. This makes sense of the language isolates, but you also have the scattering over the face of the earth, which makes sense of a couple of different things. Like Mesopotamia sends out all the people into the different groups. Mesopotamia was the cradle of the civilization. It just so happens to be where Babel happened.
Mhm.
Imagine that. So even secular scholars are like, oh yeah, all of humanity descended from Mesopotamia. And
Mhm.
the Tower of Babel incident was in Mesopotamia, but that's obviously myth.
Right.
Anyway, so you do have secular scholars that will admit most of the bare facts of the Tower of Babel events. They just won't come to the conclusion of the Tower of Babel event,
Right.
which is
Even though it's the most
so
logical conclusion to come
frustrating.
to,
Right.
given the
So
evidence.
frustrating.
And that's when
Right.
you learn that a lot for a lot of people, they ask for evidence, but they don't actually, they're not interested in
Want it.
evidence. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It
Uh,
gets very frustrating if you're in a conversation with someone personally
yes.
about stuff like this, and because you go to all the work to show them the evidence that they demand, and then you do, and like Richard Dawkins again. Well, I would assume that it was aliens sending me a message in the stars. It's like, oh, okay, so it's not evidence, that there is no evidence. Just be honest, because no one's going to force you. No one's going to say, "Hey, you better believe in Christianity." It's But just be honest so that you don't draw us into this conversation that you don't actually feel like participating in. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. Tom
Uh,
asks if Hebrew also has the singular gerund plural.
yes.
Yes, but it is in the vowel markings, if I remember correctly. And those most people don't use. You pronounce it slightly differently, but if you were just reading it and you don't have the vowel markings, if from my
Oh, I see.
recollection,
So like for the dual, like for
yeah.
hands, it would be yadim,
Mhm.
but for like a set of hands, like two persons' hands, yadayim. But I think it would
Mhm.
look the same without the nikodot, without the vowel
It
pointings.
does. It does,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah. So the dual is harder to see in the
Hmm.
text of modern Hebrew because they don't use vowel pointings. They just expect you to know the gloss because it's not really that many words and it's mostly context based. Like the
Yeah.
difference between um,
Eyes and
gemel and gomel. Like, hey, are you talking about riding a camel or are you talking about breastfeeding? Like, you don't need a vowel pointing to know that. You just get it based on context. Unless you're
Mm,
talking about an animal who's breastfeeding, then you don't really need to. And even then, you might see you might see gimel gimel or like gimel gomel, like the camel's breastfeeding. Anyway, so yes, it does exist, but in my opinion, it's a bit harder with the way that
context, I
Hebrew
think,
is typically
is
written.
pretty solid on it though, because usually the dual
Right,
is used when there is just
a
assumed a
pair.
set of things, like eyes,
Right,
naim, or
mm,
like
hands,
hands,
feet.
or even
Yep,
lips. I think sifatayim, I think, is lips. Uh, so that there are like just sets of things that are always in
expected.
that way.
Yeah,
Yeah, is expected to be in that way.
right. Anyway.
Feet or legs, raglayim.
Knees. Anyway, so behold, they are one people and they all have the same language, and this is what they have begun to do. So now nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them. So he confuses their language to halt the process of humanity. This one is interesting to me. Um, what language were they speaking at the Tower of Babel?
Hmm. There's some people
What do you think?
that posit that it's Hebrew.
There are
Not just the
there are
rabbis.
people.
There are some
Yeah,
Christians who think so too. I believe it's
right.
called Adenics. I think that's the study of it, and you can make a pretty neat case for it. Things like giraffe. There's a I first came across this on, there was a guy named Jeff Benner or Brenner. I used to correspond with him a very long time ago, and I don't think he used to. If you're familiar, Chris, with the Ancient Hebrew Resource Center, Uh, he did like the what did he call it? The something translations. Uh,
Yeah, the
where he
pictographic Hebrew translations.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
he would make every word mean the same thing every time, because in his view, he would say that's the closest to get to. Now, I didn't necessarily agree with it, but I do think it's interesting, and you could learn from that perspective. Um, but he
I
would
actually have his old ancient Hebrew for Genesis.
he
I have
actually,
that.
yeah, you used to
Yeah.
have to pay for it, and I wrote to him, and he actually sent me the link to get it for free. So he's a very nice guy. Uh,
Yeah.
but I don't, and he there's some cool videos of his up on YouTube, but I don't think he's been active for a while. I haven't I haven't looked it
His website is
back, but
old looking, but
yeah, yeah, it's
yeah,
kind of
has a
nostalgic for me because I'm like, oh, it looks
ton of
like it did when
information.
it does. Lots
It
of neat
looks the
stuff there.
same like the last 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah. uh, but where was I getting with that? What were we talking about, Chris? Real quick, fill me in.
What was the language of
Oh yeah,
the
so
Tower of
Edenics, he
Babel?
had an article on there that was not written by him. And it's pretty neat because they talk about
Yeah.
words like giraffe and certain things like that come from Hebrew roots. Hebrew because it's got the like the trilateral root words, and they would make connections from all sorts of languages that could go back to those. So I thought that's pretty interesting because, and I don't think a lot of it was far-fetched. The whole argument was kind of far-fetched to say like this is proof for this idea, but it was very interesting to see that there are a lot of words that we use today that you can actually legitimately trace back to a Hebrew origin. So
Hmm.
to me, I don't, I don't think there's any reason to believe it was Hebrew, or not any reason to think, but any reason that it would need to be, I guess, to make the argument for that. If it was, it was, and I
Right.
think there's neat ways you could say that it was, but I don't know that necessarily that is like it's a big deal what it was. So what's your take on it?
I think I actually need to pee before I get my take. So I've been
Okay.
holding for too.
All right, everybody, it's that time of week where Chris goes to pee, and because he doesn't review these, this is where I'm unfurling my great plan to last week. I made it clear that I'm going to build a giant boat and ride it over land to Chris's house and take over his house. And it might sound crazy, but this is where you have to like shut off all of your reason and just understand, oh no, that makes sense. And so everybody has to send a super chat to the channel, which goes straight into my pocket for my resources into building this massive boat for the purpose of Chris Conquest. And again, it doesn't really make sense, but that's only if you think, and we're not here to think. So I'll fill you in next week on the next step on how to get everything going. So far I've been able to afford one 6 foot long 2x4, and it might not seem like much, but that's one plank closer to my conquest ship than I was last week. So every little bit helps, and I imagine Chris will be there. He is. And so that's why we say in Hebrew, Sifatham, their language. Sorry, Chris. There was a small tangent while you were gone.
I expected one. I'd hope for I would love one of these times I'm just going to go pee and you and Christian just like stop talking, just stare at the camera menacingly for a minute while I'm peeing. I'm also
Or
entirely
you
out of
do
water and I
something
didn't fill
like,
it up at all. So
let's see, how do we do? Uh, if I were here, I'd already
your
left by now
impression
with
of
all
him,
this nerd talk. Oh, hey.
your
Oh.
impression of him is so good, man. It's crazy. Uh, anyway, I might clip one of those and just send it to him so he
Yeah,
hears.
I figured I might do that just to let him know that we missed him.
Oh, it's funny. Okay. Yeah, my view on what the language was. I don't actually know if I would say it's a human language. A little hot take there.
Okay.
I so this gets back into the Nephilim of how in the world are they able to breed with giants. Um, in 1 Corinthians 13, it talks about speaking in the tongues of angels.
Hmm.
If I were to speak in the tongues of angels, but I do not have love, I'm but a resounding gong. Uh, I also throws in of humans too, so if humans are angels. If the speaking in tongues, the gift of tongues, not the gift of being multilingual or speaking and other people being able to hear it in their language. I'm not talking
Hmm.
about that. I'm not talking about the Acts 1/2 gift of tongues. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the heavenly language that people exhibit whenever they pray with the Holy Spirit.
Hmm.
So the wordless groanings of Romans 8 or these praying in tongues of 1 Corinthians 14. So
Hmm.
that may be the language that the spirit beings speak in heaven with God. It might be God's language that is eternal. So this could be the eternal language of God that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit have always used to communicate. Um, that's a pretty based idea in general. The fact that if you are praying in tongues, you're speaking the language of God is a wild idea.
You bring up,
Why?
Chris, something that I had heard of a while ago, that Acts 2 was uh the redemption, basically, of it was the opposite of Babel. And
Is
so
giving
I
back of the
think that's a
language.
pretty
Yeah.
good point. Yeah, I think there's
I
a
was about to go into that exact argument.
okay.
Okay, yeah. So you gave away the fish. Anyway, um, so God, it may have been, think about this. You get into Hebrew being the creation language for the rabbis, like Rabbi Mordecai Kraft went over this in his lecture series on it, which I think is actually pretty good. It's called the DNA of creation. Hebrew is the DNA of creation. That
Mm,
God used the letters of Hebrew itself to create. That each letter has some Semitic, not Semitic, semantic purpose to it, like a bet represents order, a resh represents
mm,
headship or beginnings, foundations. An aleph represents God. So whenever you do beta, it's order plus the first of plus God being enforced in it. So beta is what God did to create.
mm,
He used his own authority, his own power, his headship, his firstness to create the first order of existence, and that is what existence is. It's order from non-order. It's existence from non-existence. It's structure from non-structure. So beta is to create all of the universe, and he does it through those three letters. That's kind of the mystical, the solid interpretation of the DNA of creation being Hebrew. I think that's
mm.
neat. I don't think it entirely works. I think there's
Right.
a lot of counter examples you can point to,
Yeah.
such as Shemaim, as we went through for that older stream of if it means boobies, why? If it doesn't mean boobies and it means teeth,
Or
why it
Sheen,
doesn't
Sheen,
work.
yeah.
Yeah, Shin. But it's Shamim, so that's the first time that it's used as a root. So his
Oh, right.
argument and a
That
bunch of
that
other,
idea that the first time you
yeah,
use the
yeah.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But even within that, so like for Shemaim, for the idea of DNA creation, Shemaim is the heavens, for those who don't know, but it's teeth, or no, it's yeah, teeth,
Teeth or breasts.
waters, teeth,
Yeah, waters.
no,
Well, with the yod, just the
teeth,
yod in
yod,
there.
yeah. So teeth, hand, teeth, waters. So separation or destruction by the hand with destruction of the waters. You'd be like, oh, well, maybe it's God separating the waters from the waters, stretching out with his hands. You get like a little glimpse of that, so maybe that's some cuteness to it. And all of these meanings of the letters themselves go back to the oldest version of Hebrew that we know of. And that might have been back to Adam. Definitely could be. Um, I think another one that is a little bit stronger is God spoke the same language Adam spoke for eternity. That the language Adam was speaking was given to him directly by God. All of the spirit beings know it and can communicate God with it. And speaking in tongues essentially is a form of that, where the human languages that were developed, all of the root systems are some aspects of the heavenly language. And whenever you listen to people speak in tongues, you kind of get bits and pieces of multiple languages at the same time. It's kind of neat. So like you listen to recordings of it and try to like analyze it to find a pattern within it. Sometimes the people can obviously fake it, but even like so Wiccans use this as well, mind you. So it's not just Christians who have access to this. Demonically influenced people have access to this language. Why? That's a pretty big question in
Chris,
and of
I'm
itself.
laughing right now because last night I don't even know how I got onto this topic, but I was revisiting speaking in tongues
Mm,
scripturally.
mm,
I actually have no clue, but I sat in this very spot just 24 hours ago, and I asked God to uh, deepen my understanding of it, or to strengthen me on my position on it. And I think you might have done that right now. So that's that's pretty cool. I because I did want to ask you about it,
okay.
and you're busy and I'm busy, and then we're always busy at the same time, except for on Mondays, and then we're busy together, but we usually have a subject, and I didn't think that would come up. And so I think God just answered my prayer, and in just 24 hours, because last night I went to bed a little bit disappointed because I thought something would come to me, or I would and I was like, oh man, I don't know. Maybe I don't know about and all of this. And but I think I have a different, so probably not tonight because it's pretty late. So I
12:30.
won't
Yeah.
hold you up
It's
after the
really late for
stream.
you.
But
Okay.
remind me to bring it back up, or maybe we just do a quick 5 or 10 minute chit chat afterwards. But
Okay.
uh
I'll need to get
thank
water
you for
before we
that.
chit chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. That's very cool. God.
God works wonders in mysterious ginger ways. Oh, I'm in green too. It's great, man. Anyway, but you can see my whiteness. It's nice. Like I actually have hair here, despite what it looks like. This is hair. Um, like it's see a little bit better there.
That's the
Yeah.
excuse I'm going to
No,
start to
I'm
make.
tangent, man. I don't want to go that tangent. Okay. Technically, everywhere on your body has hair. It's just too small to see.
That's
So you
true.
have three types of hair. You have three types of hair humans can produce. The one that starts with an L that I never pronounced correctly, that is used in your birth. Like so, in your
Oh,
womb, you're
yeah,
covered
yeah.
in very long hair that's coarse. That acts as a form that you're like wrapped around in. That acts as a form of insulation in the womb.
Hmm.
That falls out and you never grow it again unless you have some
Yeah.
weird genetic defect. Some preemie babies are really, really furry, and they're like, "Oh, that's evidence of chimpanzees." No, it's just evidence that they were insulated well, and then it will fall out almost immediately.
Hmm.
Anyway, so you have that type of hair. You have the other type of hair, which is the long, beautiful, pigmented hair, and then you have the third type of hair, which is all this. So
Peach
everywhere
fuzz.
that looks oily, no, not peach fuzz. Well, yes,
Oh,
peach fuzz, but it's like even smaller than peach fuzz, typically.
okay.
Everywhere you have oil on your skin, you have a hair. Anywhere you have a nerve, you typically have a hair attached to that nerve because your hair is what you use. So, like, even on the palms of my hands, all this is hair.
Oh,
You
I
just
did
can't
not know,
see
Chris.
it. So, whenever you bald up here, you're not actually losing hair. It's just different type. So, your body's replacing the one type of hair to the other. So, you become more oily. Your head becomes more shiny from the oil, but any baldness you have is just a different hair type. Your follicles don't stop working. They don't like just disappear. You keep your follicles because
Interesting.
your follicles are attached to your nerve endings.
It's
So
just
like if
going
you
into
still
your
have
next lobster
sensation,
phase.
it's going into the final lobster phase where you become
Final
depressed and die.
lobster.
Yeah. Anyway, so little tangent there. It's pretty cool. Hair is a zipper. Hair actually demonstrates God's design in a way that's amazing. The reason why your hair is so strong is because it is essentially a zipper. and it is multi-layered, and the follicles, the roots of them, are like Velcro that each one locks into the next layer of the zipper. So whenever
That's
your hair
interesting because
grows, it
I'm thinking of,
unzips, moves it up a little bit, then rezips to keep
okay,
it connected.
like a
So that's why I can
microscopic
pick you up
image
by
of
your
hair
hair.
looks kind of like a ziggurat,
A
actually, to tie it
literal
back into.
literal zipper. Oh,
Yeah,
ziggurat?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But God designed our hair in such a way that not only is it like connected to an oil gland, it's also connected to a nerve ending. So you get sensation on your hair, even if you're just like touching and moving it. But it's so strong because it's essentially like a giant Velcro strap that also moves. It's a Velcro strap, and you can't actually say that word because they'll sue you. It is a hook and hook and rod system. Um, I'm not even kidding. Velcro will sue you if you write their name in a book. They're very litigious. Um, it's a hook and rod system that collapses and also undoes itself to push and then redoes itself to clamp. But it's not active, it's not a muscle clamping you, it's just mechanical action, stopping it from coming out. It's like those the arrowheads where it hits you, then it expands to then
Or a
lock.
bot fly.
Yeah,
If you've ever had the misfortune of seeing videos of bot flies, don't
they just
do it.
don't come out.
Don't do
Yeah.
it, chat. Don't
So
look up
you
bot
you
fly.
penetrate and then you come up, but instead the hair is going up. But instead of like if you didn't have this locking mechanism, you could just pull hair like spaghetti and it would just keep coming out of you and you would just be hairless. Instead, we have this miraculous looking lock system that just so happens to work perfectly, and your hair just so happens to always be at the same length, even though your hair falls out every day and you grow new hair every day. Anyway, uh, yeah.
Yeah, I did get sentimental. I've often wondered. Yeah, I know. That's one of those great things. That's one of the gifts, the few gifts that Islam has offered to the world, that the eyes are the leather straps of the anus. It's pure poetry.
Beautiful. Yeah. Uh,
So I was
okay, but
wondering, Chris. Well, hold on. No, no, no.
okay.
You do. Yeah, that's, we
I
could
was
do this
gonna
forever.
finish the
That's a
language
good
thing, but if you
idea.
have a okay,
No, I have a
okay,
tangent, and we won't. We just won't. There'll
okay,
be next time.
let's okay, let's finish that. So
Yeah.
for what was the original language of the Tower of Babel? Um, if it is the language of God, this is pretty incredible for a couple different reasons. One, we had humans who not only could speak to God in the language that he spoke eternally, which is based,
Yeah.
um, but these humans could speak it with authority. Because again, part of what it means to be human is to have authority and dominion over reality in a way.
Hmm.
James warns us about this extensively. He
Yeah.
says that the tongue gives life and death. It is a world of evil, and it can set your whole body ablaze, indicating that you will go to hell. But your tongue has power in it. The words you say literally matter, even if you're just like joking around, like, "Oh, I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick." Then you come down with like sickness. It's like, oh, like all the and same thing with secularism tries to use this a lot with like the law of
Positive
attraction and
thinking.
like trying to positive thinking, trying to like
Yeah.
will things into being, but it actually works beyond placebo and no one
Hmm.
knows why. If you speak over a plant, you are beautiful, you are lovely, you are wonderful, it will bloom and it will actually produce better crop. If you speak over a plant that it's ugly, disgusting, and doesn't deserve to exist, it will die young and wither.
Mm.
That's been studied and been demonstrated in lab settings. That's wild.
Well, and
So,
again, this is knowledge that we actually had, that we didn't really focus. I mean, creation, when the creation account, God said, God said, God said, God said. In so many of
mhm,
Jesus's healings,
he
he
spoke.
said, he spoke.
Mhm,
And it's a big deal, the words that come out of your mouth,
yeah,
in both good ways and bad ways, and not in like a magic type of thing or like a conjuring
an
sense, but just in,
authority. Yeah.
right, right. And the way that God designed human speech to be, uh, it's it's a it's it's a big deal, the things you say.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
also
So,
oh yeah, you go.
I was- okay. Um, so with that in mind, with our authority coming from our speech, and with God using speech to create, and we are made in the image of God, we bear some of that authority, that ability to create from our words.
Hmm.
Um, how much more so were the humans who used the same words as Yahweh able to affect reality than us who don't?
Hmm.
So when we use human language, this is not the language God used to create. When we speak in tongues, we might be, and I personally believe we are, we're
Hmm.
speaking the language God used to create the universe in the will of God, which is like why you should pray in tongues in
Hmm.
general. Whenever you don't know what you should be praying for your life, you should pray for tongues. Paul said in 1 Corinthians 14, I thank God I speak in tongues more than all of you. So, if Paul signs off on it, it says like if I'm not actively doing something with my mind, I'm just going to be speaking in tongues. If that's what his practice was, and he did all the things he should do, and he was on fire, and he served the way he served, maybe you should try it out. Anyway, um, little Holy Spirit rant aside,
I just
uh,
can't really get over though that this is a literal answer to my prayers that I can't wait to tell you, Chris. As so
okay,
it's like it's just cracking me up. I won't do it now because it's we'll wrap it up. Uh, but and we might not have time to do it after the stream. But I just got to tell you, I mean, it's this is a literal answer to last night's prayers. So I'm
yeah,
just yeah, I'm having a great time right now and laughing to myself and
okay, a little bit more. So, uh, we have God's language that He used to create the universe available to us as Christians. And how did the Nephilim come about? If they had the knowledge and the ability to speak like the language of God, which is his authority that he allowed us to use to create the universe, like part of God's creative powers comes through his words, and then like the word became flesh and dwelled with like the whole thing, like that's crazy in and of itself. But we have literally access to the word of God dwelling within us, coming out of us as the language of God that God used to manifest reality. That's
Mm,
pretty incredible. Now you say, okay, humans had that for 1,000 so years. It's like 1,500, 1,800. I don't remember the exact number right now from Adam to the flood.
mm,
I think it's like 1,800. Uh, Abraham is 2,000. So go back 2,000 or go back, however many years from Noah that is. Anyway, over 1,000 years, you have that happening. I think it's like 1,500, 1,800. Uh, Humans during that time are so corrupt, so wicked, so evil, so entirely filled with evil that we can't even imagine it. Hopefully, we never get back to that level, but in prophecy, we might. Uh,
right.
they had access to something that we don't have access to. They had access to one language cooperating together. Now we have that with English, and we're already starting to do wildly evil things.
Yeah.
Like we got access to English, we immediately started building Tower of Babel, we immediately started going back into that level of evil. So just like
Mm,
think about that for like parallels between those. Anyway, um God, in order to stop them from doing whatever they wanted, because that's what the text actually says, is that they nothing would be impossible for them to do
right. Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
they had this language. So
Mm,
God stripped the language from them and then broke it down and gave them human language that may not have the same level of authority. And then on Pentecost, whenever the tongues of fire came back onto them, that may have been the moment that God allowed his covenantal people, Christians, people who believe in Yeshua for salvation, have that saving relationship. He gave them through the gifts of the Spirit the ability to speak the language God said when he said, "Let there be light."
yeah. Wow. Yeah, because it
That
had
is
the same
amazing.
effect, or
It
the
had the same
opposite effect as
effects.
the Tower of Babel, which is everyone says, "Look, we have Jews from all over the world here, and we all hear as though they're speaking our language."
They all understood each other. So all of the
Hmm.
disparate languages became one.
Yeah.
So we start from one language, it breaks down into all of human languages, and people lose their creative authority and ability. And then we go back to that, and then we see the miracles of the church all throughout church history.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus says, "You will do greater things than I've done, like greater miracles than what I have done." And
Mm-hmm.
there has been some pretty fantastical miracles throughout church history. I've seen a number of miracles in my life.
I think,
If
Chris,
people want to go like
you need to do a
on a
video on
miracle
that,
one.
because I've heard you mention that several times, and we've never been in the moment where you could elaborate. Uh, but that
Oh,
would
on the
be
miracles
something
website?
super cool. Yeah, yeah, that you've personally seen.
Yeah. My grandfather prayed for rain to not hit his tools while he was working on his roof, and there's a perfect circle of no water around his tools on his workbench. There was a tornado coming up my house whenever I lived more in the danger zone in the tornado alley, and I rebuked it in the name of Jesus, and it unspiraled in front of me. I was dying of pancreatitis. My brother came, laid hands on me, and prayed healing over me in the name of Jesus. I instantly had my pain go away. I was in the emergency room. I stood up. We walked out. I then went on, had a full chicken finger dinner from O'Charlie's. For those in the South who know, they know. I've been physically healed dozens of times. My children have been physically healed. I've rebuked fleas. I had a flea infestation
Oh,
because my
that's rough.
dog killed a squirrel and ate the squirrel. Ate the head of the squirrel and the upper organs. So I had to clean that out of her fur. That was fun. She's a long-haired dog, so she's had like brain matter that I had to like pull out with my fingers out of her hair of the squirrel. The squirrel had fleas, so now my dog was covered in fleas. We got it in our house. Day 2, I rebuked the fleas, commanded them all to flee or die. That night, no flea. And then I had a plague of wasps infest my house. Dealt with it for a day, commanded it to leave, it left. So I had this like it was like last year, right when I started my ministry, I had like 3 or 4 of the 10 biblical plagues coming against my household, and every single time I rebuked it, and it went away. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is cool.
See, and the only
Uh,
reason I say, like, because I've had several similar experiences to you, where it's just you see it's like blatant that it had to have been. I mean, the idea
yeah,
that there was this many coincidences that all had the same, from our perspective, cause is just completely improbable. But I
yeah,
think it's important for people to hear it from, like, you have you know, you have people that know you now, you have a developed relationship with people who feel comfortable trusting in you, and these are stories that I think uh we should be telling. A lot of times, like, I know personally, I don't tell them to certain people because I know that it will actually have a negative effect on them. They'll be like, oh, it's he's just a kook who thinks this or that, and it's a but
dude,
it's just a
I had a
nice
lot
thing
lately.
that because I think it goes the opposite way. Now, if you talk about demonic stuff, which I have, unfortunately,
Oh
is
yeah, I've seen a
many, I
lot of that
think,
too.
yeah, and that
Yeah,
will actually, you'll get more of an audience for that because people, for some weird reason, want to believe that that stuff
yeah, they're
exists.
interested in exorcisms, but they're not interested in miracles. And I've
Right,
had a
right,
good number of both. Like I've
yeah,
cast out
yeah,
demons before.
right, yeah.
That is, it's a it's an interesting experience to say the least.
Uh,
Um, Man, I've had so many miracles. I've kind of lost track of a good number of them. Some of the bigger ones I remember, obviously I was saved from depression and like self harm.
mhm,
Like if you haven't seen my testimony, I had a gun in my mouth at one point, and
yeah,
then
yeah.
I got prayed over at the altar, and it was gone. And I couldn't explain it. That really bothered me because I was an
Mm,
atheist at the time. And I was like, okay, well, why? And I wasn't even there as a believing Christian. I didn't go to that altar because I believed in Jesus. I went
right.
to that altar because someone said, hey, if you're dealing with depression, get here now. And I remember being at the back of the room, and there's like 1,000, teenagers here. My
Mhm.
only thought at the moment was check out the booty on that girl.
Right,
And
right.
instead of that, that was basically my whole week. Like it was a 5 day conference, and I spent the first 4 days trying to hook up with girls in the bathroom. Like,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
that,
And
that that's
I,
okay. I don't. Yeah, you keep going, keep going.
I remember blacking out and waking up with my face literally on the altar, just weeping.
Hmm.
And then I was like, okay, well, this is weird. And I get back the next week and I'm not depressed anymore. I'm like, mind you, before this, like a month before I tried to kill myself, no, a month after I tried to kill myself, I went to this conference. My parents forced me to go to this conference with my sister, and it was
Hmm.
in Michigan. We were from Tennessee. So this is like a 10-hour drive, 10 and a half hour drive to go to a conference because my dad was pastor friends with the people who ran it,
Okay.
which is Mark Barkley, for those who don't know, is Invasion. Um, this is a pretty cool conference. Josh Barkley, his son, is the one who's running it, and him and his dad prayed over me. Uh, and then I had an encounter. I was like, okay, I can't explain that. I was already doubting my atheism because of things like the Cambrian explosion. I was like, this is like the great unconformity in the Cambrian explosion. I was like, anyone who is intellectually honest cannot believe this is possible.
Hmm.
What in the world is happening here? So went through that, went through the obvious flaws in naturalism, uh, became kind of depressed more so than I already was. I was already pretty deep and dark into that hole. And then was
Hmm.
like, hey, I should just die, especially like if God exists. I don't like God. I hate God. So I'm just gonna die.
Right.
Uh, and then that didn't happen, didn't work. Again, you can go through my testimony on it. It was a really cool gun. It was a Taurus Judge. It's a pistol that can
Oh,
shoot
I've heard of
buckshot
Taurus.
and
Isn't that a Brazilian
slugs.
company?
It's a really nice revolver. It's really
Mm.
nice. It shoots, I believe, a 44 Magnum, a slug, and buckshot.
So that's a big gun.
It's a big gun.
It's
So
a
I
big,
wasn't
heavy gun.
playing any games. Now, I didn't use a Glock. I put like a like I put a gun in my mouth. That thing was going to end me. There was no room
I didn't
for failure
realize
for them.
I've seen that. I've seen your testimony video, which is I recommend to everybody to see. I didn't realize
Yeah,
did you it was a revolver?
I had a buckshot in my mouth. Yeah,
So with an automatic, there's all sorts of things that could go wrong.
right.
With a revolver though,
No, there's not.
there's not really anything that can go wrong.
Nope.
Wow. I didn't realize that, Chris. I didn't realize it was a revolver.
I should not be alive right now.
Wowee.
Yeah. So then, like a month later, God sent me down that, and then I had that encounter, and I was like, okay, God, you probably exist. We've been on bad terms for a while. What's this about?
I had the same talk with him because and no, I didn't do anything as drastic as that, but the way that he interrupted my life was so drastic that it could I knew it wasn't me because I was not happy with it. It's like, oh
Mm,
no. I have to stop doing this now and I have to be I have to admit that I've been a horrible person. I don't want to do that. And also in admitting that I was a horrible person, I have to give up all the things that made me a horrible person that I loved. That's what really was to me was the wake up thing was there's no
mm.
way thinking this on my own because I love being a horrible person. And all of a sudden he stepped in to the point where I was trying to be I was going out of my way to be a horrible person because I was excited to do it and he didn't let me do it in a way that was just like uh-oh. Oh no, he is real. Like, and he's really isn't happy with the way that I'm being right now. It's
Yeah.
it's it really is something that's I don't know that it's talked about enough. That but a lot of times we've talked about this before, how people who know you now as a Christian, if you tell them what you were like before you were a Christian, they just don't believe you.
They would be
And
shocked. Yeah.
yeah, and it gets frustrating because they'll try to, because they love you now or they're friends with you, they'll try to explain away, oh, you know, you were a teenager and all teenagers do this, or teenagers think some goofy things. It's like, no, no, no,
No,
no, no. That wasn't that.
no,
It wasn't that I was a teenager. It was I had been
no. I
cultivating
would
this
have,
evil
yeah,
person for a
I
long
would have fit
time.
in with Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, super, super wicked. Um,
Mhm.
and God saved me from that.
Right.
I am not anywhere close to what I was. And thank the Lord for that. I'm not, I'm not where I should be, but thank the Lord I'm not where I was.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't,
So,
I've, if it creeps me out to think of the person I was.
yeah.
And I kept
But,
journals too, so I can revisit it and be like, oh, oh
it was,
man.
I was probably demon possessed at that point, but there was a solid like 3 years of my life where I refused to look in a mirror because I didn't want to see myself.
Wow.
It was, yeah. Uh, yeah. Which is also great because I had like the skater boy haircut, so I didn't really need to look at myself in the mirror. Like I didn't need to like get ready in any way. I put on
Yeah.
t-shirts and jeans and then did this
Mm.
to my hair and went like that. And
Right,
then I was
right.
done. So I didn't need to look at a mirror. But no, I couldn't stand it. I would get like visibly angry every time I saw myself. Um, yeah, there
This
was
is what's
definitely a
fun.
battle
This is what's
happening
funny
there.
to me is that all the people I've ever had this talk with, there's two ways the devil works. He either goes to self-destruction or he leads to like self-aggrandizement, or like for me it was the
Mm,
opposite. I was a manipulator. I was uh I was so skilled in figuring out what makes people upset. I mean, I could talk to somebody for a minute, never met them before, and I would know right away what I could do to basically manipulate them. I
hurt
knew it would
them.
make them
Yeah,
very upset or
same.
make them pleased. Uh,
Yeah, be your
and
best
I,
friend instantaneously.
right, and I would just
Yeah,
use that, and it worked every
same.
time.
Yeah, yep.
And so then it was for me, I felt like some kind of superhero. And I would just do that, and it was terrible. It was terrible, and I can't imagine, like, God
Yeah.
intervened in my life when I think I was 16 or 17, and I can't imagine the person I would be now. Uh,
No.
I mean, reading, like, hearing things from the Epstein files, like, oh, yeah, I could see that. You know what I mean? It's that if to quote Muhammad Hijab, if the trajectory continues as it is, it was looking really bad,
Yeah,
and just
yeah.
a polar opposite now. And again, what I think people struggle to believe is I loved being that person. That it
Mm.
was a great feeling. It was a thrill, and I think have that might be where my side of it, my experience in it was different than yours. Yours was more of like a self-hating version, or
No, it was both. It was both.
okay,
Yeah. So I was almost every word I spoke was a lie. It's kind of so I enjoyed being the center of attention so much, both because I was like the youngest of four and I didn't get much as a kid.
okay,
Not blaming my family. My family's wonderful. My family's great. They're all wonderful, wonderful people. Uh,
mm,
but I was the youngest of fourth, and both my parents worked trying to start a business. So I didn't really get that much attention. And then the devil used that to convince myself that everyone hated me and no one loved me.
okay,
Um, so that was the end the devil used to convince me to hate everyone back. So he
okay.
separated me from my family, and then I got deeper with friends, and I was raised by myself and with my friends mostly,
Mhm.
with the internet too, and by him. So the devil
That
raised
is
me
one
as a
thing
kid. So
I'm
you think
really
about like
grateful
the
for.
spawn
I
of
didn't,
Satan,
yeah, I didn't have
that
the
was me.
internet. If I think that would have been it, you know, I would
Right,
have made the news for
right,
whatever evil I would have got up to if I had the internet at the time. So I feel
right.
very glad that I missed out on that. I
Yeah, I
can't
mean, the stuff I
imagine
was
what it's like
watching
to.
as a 7-year-old and as an 8-year-old was pretty shocking.
Hmm.
Um, like I remember so like almost every video I've seen, I just like can recall. I have a weird
Hmm.
thing for videography. Like if you show me 4 seconds of a movie I've seen, I can tell you what movie it is and what scene it is and what the next scene is going to be.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
just a weird like mini superpower for whatever reason.
yeah,
But that same thing applies for gore, for porn, for everything.
yep.
Every type of video I've seen. and that goes back all the way to the age of like 6 and 7. So the
Wow.
first time I like watched adult content, I was like 7.
Wow.
I had already been doing things before that point in time. So the first time I
Mm.
did anything sexual, I was like 4,
Wow. Like
5,
intentionally as participating or as a victim in it?
as a perpetrator.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So I was literally like raised by Satan. And then I
Hmm.
became very good at manipulation because of that to get the ways that I wanted.
Yep.
Um, I, I became such a liar. I noticed that kids in elementary school, I noticed, kids, I was a stupid kid, but I was also more intelligent than the kids around me. And I
Hmm.
was a manipulative kid. So I can
Hmm.
manipulate grown-ups to an extent, and I can manipulate kids. And one thing I noticed was kids who had food allergies got special privileges in the cafeteria. So then I started telling people I was allergic to peanuts, so I could avoid certain foods I didn't like. Not because I
Hmm.
didn't like peanuts. My favorite food growing up was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But I convinced everyone else around me so well that I was allergic to peanuts. Eventually, I started getting allergic reactions to peanuts.
Wow.
I am not allergic to peanuts. I'm still not allergic to peanuts. I tasted peanut butter the other day. In my head, it was still like, I'm like, no, I'm
Mm.
not allergic to peanuts. I'll be fine. And I licked the spoon because I made like my son loves peanut butter and jellies too. Imagine that.
Mm.
Um, I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly in almost 20 years.
Wow.
I might try one eventually, but
I was gonna say,
for
because
like
that
a
now we've
solid
kind of
16 years, I
we
could
got to
not
do
eat
it
peanuts
next stream. We
because of a
gotta
lie.
or
To eat peanuts
during
on
our big
stream.
showdown. You're only allowed to eat peanut butter and jelly and
See if I die on stream. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see the proof.
But I had convinced myself I was allergic to something I wasn't, and then I started getting allergic reactions to it.
Hmm.
Wild. Very, very stupid. And now I enjoy macadamias kind of. Um
Hmm.
I don't really like eating peanuts by itself, but peanut butter is nice.
Yeah.
Mostly the jelly, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Um but I was such a manipulator. Like there was at one point in time where I had multiple relationships going at the same time, and none of them knew anything about me at all. And I had a different persona. I had a different even like history. So I
Hmm.
invented like 12 histories of my life, and depending on the people groups I knew and wanted to interact with, from either my school or the other schools around me, um, I would intentionally invent histories to live in for those people groups because it was more suited for that people group based on their
Right,
experiences.
right. You
So
could
I
get more
was
out of it.
such a chameleon. I could, yeah. So I was an
Yeah.
ex-gangster to some of them. Like as again, and I played the part. Um,
Hmm.
and that's just who I was to all of them. And the people who knew me from like elementary school, I was just kind of chill with. So there
Right.
was entire people groups who knew me as this entirely fictitious person that never existed.
Hmm.
But I then had to like manage all of that. And
Yeah.
I did that for over a decade of my adolescence. For 10 years, I was doing that type of stuff
Hmm.
all the time. Nothing I did was real. Everything was a lie. Everything fed into my depravity. Because again, I was a perpetrator as much as I was a victim of the devil. Um,
Right.
I then victimized other humans because I became a victim of the devil because I believed his lies.
Right.
That's wild. That's
Yeah.
insane.
It
But
really
that's
is.
how the
And
devil works.
it is. And again, that's the
Yeah.
thing is people need to understand that. It really is a lot more serious than a lot of
Mhm.
people I think understand. And there's a lot more going on than I think than the people understand. You don't have to you don't have to eat a still beating heart and bow down to Baphomet to be a Satanist.
Right.
That's the thing. You can be a Christian. You could think of yourself as a Christian and be a Satanist. It because of what what is really going on. I mean, I know people who go to church 3 times a week that their character doesn't show that it's availing them much. And
Hmm.
that should make, you should be aware of this type of stuff on both sides. People say, well, I know he doesn't, I know he's not a Christian, but he's a really good person. That's what always, like, for me personally, knowing myself, I've always been a Christian, but I've not always
Mm,
known Jesus. And uh the worst parts of my life I spent as a Christian.
mm,
And so it's something to really take into account, and there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on that is a lot more serious and a lot more real than I think people understand.
absolutely. Yeah. Especially with all the principalities and demons. And again, this is why we need spiritual warfare. This is why we need spiritual
Right.
warfare training. It's why we need to become skilled warriors in defeating the enemy.
Hmm.
Not just people who are bold enough to stand up to him, but becoming trained in the art of swordsmanship
Right.
and using the Bible to defeat the enemy. Being
Hmm.
trained in the art of javelinship, being able to use your prayers effectively, having a prayer life that you can use to slay the enemies. Because again, there's two weapons Paul uses in Ephesians. The supplication and prayer is the javelin that you throw at a distance to slay your
Uh-huh.
enemy. You have the sword of the spirit to slay the enemy. It's crazy. Why doesn't Iran have any Walmarts? Because they only have Targets. Anyway, we need to get good at spiritual warfare to fight off, to make sure that there's no children who had to grow up and do all the things that we did before they come to Christ, but that they can be free from the attacks of the enemy.
Hmm.
Because even though I'm stronger in some ways for the things I went through, I wish I never had to go through them.
Right. But
Yeah.
at the same
And
time, this
I
is what,
especially wish I had never done the bad things I did to others. Because I
right.
really messed up some people's lives.
I think that's the hardest part is, and again, we have to deflect the guilt of the past is a satanic thing.
Mhm.
And but at the same time, as a Christian who now has God live, you do, well, I guess that's the problem though, is looking back is bad. Not or not looking back is bad, but looking back and suffering from it. Learning from it is good, but suffering
Being
from
in a
it
constant
is,
state of guilt over it.
right, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
It's not helpful.
yeah, no, I do the same thing, and every Christian I know once in a while will fall into that. And but that just, all the more glorifies how great Jesus is, because he takes that away from us, and we're not even allowed to feel guilty about it. So we're wrong to feel guilty for those things. We've been cleansed from him, and he's redeemed us. And uh it's weird. It's I think it's Romans, isn't it, Chris, where God is glorified in our weaknesses. Is that Corinthian
You're talking about
Romans, or
Second Corinthians, where he asked for the thing to be taken away from him.
yes, that's what
He
I was
says,
talking about.
My grace is sufficient for you.
Yeah,
So I'll boast all the more in my weakness. That's Second
right, right.
Corinthians 2 or 3. Um, and Second Corinthians though. Yeah, I guess I do have the Bible. I could pull that up, but yeah, pretty sure it's Second Corinthians. But
Yeah, I was just
grace
talking about this
is
the other night, and it's now slipping my mind.
is it 1? It's not. It's for Second Corinthians is chapter 1. Chapter 12. It had a 2 in it, but it was not. It was 1 2,
Okay.
not 2. 2 Corinthians 12, verse 9. My grace is sufficient for you, for power is made perfect in weakness.
Yeah, and the whole
Oh,
context of the thing is wonderful there.
yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yeah. Um,
But now we've changed total topics on the Bible study and gone
we
into
have indeed. Yes, we have. So, uh, to finish out the Bible study, because that was just the last little bit I was talking about. Um, God, if the language that was spoken in the garden was actually the heavenly language that God has spoken from eternity past, it was taken away at the Tower of Babel to make sure that we did not have the same level of spiritual authority we had, in which we could have intercourse with the demons and repossess with them, or reproduce with them. Um, and I would say before and after. So, like, how did the Nephilim survive the flood? I would say they didn't, but then they reproduced before the Tower of Babel event happened. So, God may have caused the Tower of Babel both to spread humanity and to stop Nephilim and other things from happening, to like not need a flood again. So he took it away from us, and then at Pentecost, he gives it back to us in the covenant, in which now we have people who are on fire for God, loving God, in relationship with God, servants of God. Those are the people who have the authority and ability and power to use that language in that way.
Mm,
So where it was taken away from and caused division, now it is causing unity and building up, and the kingdom of heaven being here. And then I would say the language we're going to speak in the new earth is that same language. So the language that God spoke from eternity past will be the ultimate language of eternity. It's just like a couple of thousand years, a blip of not using it, and we'll go back to
mm,
using it, and we'll have deeper relationship from them. So if that also involves a deepening of our spiritual ability or power, or whatever word you want to use for it, maybe. I mean, Paul definitely suggests us to use it. It's a gift of the Holy Spirit that strengthens and edifies the church.
mm,
Um, and he says to do it nonstop, that he thanks God that he can do it all day long. Um,
mm.
he has a pretty high opinion of it. Maybe we should be doing it more. Anyway, so that is pretty much the end. I think that also is the exegesis that explains the most amount of data points available with the least amount of effort. So I think it's like the most natural outcome of
Uh-huh.
if that is what happened, that explains Nephilim, that explains Pentecost a little bit, explains the symbolism, the value there, explains how the people at Babylon were able to like do things that God is like, oh no, we need to stop this now. We need to, like put the kibosh on this. Um, versus every single one of those things have to be explained in a different way. So it's one explanation that unifies it versus having 6 explanations that are all disconnected from each other. So
Mm.
as far as like the explanatory power, I think it has the most explanatory power. As far as if it's true, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's going to be so many cool things that we find out that
I'm looking forward to it.
just can't wait for.
Yeah. Okay, we are now at 4 hours, and I said this is going to be
Oh
a 1 hour
boy.
study in the text message before we started.
Yeah.
So, and I can feel myself losing my voice. So I might end it here. Is there any other thing you want to mention or talk about real quick before we hop
No,
off?
I've done enough mentioning. I think we did a good job. There was a lot in there, Chris, and 4 hours is not too much. Not too much. But it's enough.
Yeah,
Especially given
no, it's
your
like half
current
a work
state.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming out. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out and contributing and learning and all the stuff. It's very fun to know that there's other people out there that are interested and care and just join us. I don't know what's wrong with you
Yeah.
guys that you would hang out with a duo like this, but I'm glad you do. So
Mm, yeah. Um, Also a note for those who are curious from this, because I'm not going to bring my testimony that much in general. If you're ever wanting me to make a full testimony of all the terrible things I did, the same way like David did, I personally would be fine doing that. I
Hmm.
don't think I can go to prison for any of the things I did because I was a child, but my wife is not okay with that, so I'm never going to, unless
Hmm.
she, for whatever reason, changes her mind. But I did enough things where I think that the past me should have gone lethal injection. I'll just leave it at that. So terrible person. God changed me. God can change you. If you haven't accepted Christ into your life, accept Him. It's real. It has a real impact on your life, and it will have a real impact on your eternity. So, thank you for
And
coming
in a
out.
way that you will know that it's real. That's the thing. It
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
this isn't you'll have to wonder, or is this it, or was this Jesus, or you'll know. And I mean that we're
yeah.
both telling you this has happened to us where there's no arguing it. So go ahead and ask him and see what happens. I don't think you'll be
Yeah.
disappointed.
Amen. Shalom.
Shalom,
Laila
shalom, and
Tov.
it would be yeah, Boker Tov on that side of the earth.
But
If
it's
they're
true. It's technically morning already for you. So
yeah.
Boker Tov, depending where you're watching. Laila Tov for the rest of us in
So Hamayim
America.
Tovim.
Um,
God bless you all. And
uh,
everybody, before you go to bed tonight or before you have breakfast this morning, say a quick prayer for Chris that he gets his voice back and he gets some rest for his nasal passages and his speaking facilities. Because it's because of Chris we're here.
I
So everybody, give Chris some backup support.
appreciate that. Okay. May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always. Goodbye. Shalom.